The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door.
To the Vietnamese Championship Series. We are making our way through week 2. We're into day 2, and we've got ASE Esports taking on SBTC for our first game of the day. I'm Milky Cyril, joined by Marbinogi in the casting booth. We've got Spoods handling all of our lovely graphics on the stream. So if anything is wrong, make sure you blame Spoods. Either way, let's start talking about the two teams that we have facing against each other, because these are two teams, Marby, that are on the complete opposite spectrums. SBTC having won their first 2 series of the split, whereas ASE Esports have lost their first 2.
Yeah, and I feel that what comes to mind when sort of which extends the opposite is sort of the manner we sort of see it in, whereas ASE sort of feels like they have players that are just sort of struggling to keep up with the rest of the league, especially towards that bot lane. I would even argue Hyur and sometimes just looks a little bit lost on stage, perhaps not quite ready for the big leagues. Meanwhile, SBTC have some of the best in the league, most notable of which is the Emperor himself in the top side, who has been wrecking it on this Nah and just putting everyone else to shame in the stats department.
I want to try to think of a pun with Emperor, but you've already done the Emperor, and I got nothing right now, Marby. Emperor has been playing phenomenally well for SBTC, but I want to talk about the shining light, the break in the clouds for the side of ASE Esports. That's it, the silver lining for ASE Esports, and that's play cool, because he subbed in for 2T against Scum, and he looked very, very good.
So it's worth noting both of his matchups were into the Corgi and up against Carti, but this guy's laning stats have been pretty impressive. He's currently got like 150 gold differential. He's up in XP, 22 CS ahead. He's been involved in the first blood for the teams in both games he played, and he's putting in a lot of work. Currently playing, from what we've seen, a few of these assassin-y type champions, the LeBlanc and the Ari, and he's putting out pretty impressive numbers on him. I have to say, I am fairly impressed with what this guy can do. Unfortunately, as we've seen, Cuddy's kind of been having a bit of a rough one though, so this is going to be his first big test. Run up against Dia1, who has been one of the top as soon as he made his return.
It's kind of weird, isn't it? Because when we think back to the start of the split, we would have said, hey, if you've had a game against GAM, the current spring split champions, you've had your test to prove yourself. But we're in this situation where GAM are struggling. They have only been able to win 1 series, which was against ASE Esports. They lost their other 2. And as you mentioned, it's going to be very important for Playcool now against Dia1 to be able to prove himself once again. Let's talk a little bit about Dia1, because we were kind of investigating some of his stats, or the stats of SBTC. And while we saw Emperor had some insane laning stats, Dia1 didn't quite have those, dominant gold averages or CS differences at 15 minutes.
But he has managed to find a lead at 15 minutes no matter what, so on average rather, which indicates that he's not putting much effort in towards the lane itself, and I think that's fairly well reflected in the sort of champions he's playing. He's playing things like the Talia, the Gragas. Well, he's played 5 unique champions across 6 unique champions across 6 games, and that's but most of them aren't really these big sit in lane and scale up types. They want to be playmakers. They want to move around the map and try and assist their side lanes, and he is linking up and working alongside DNK quite effectively in that matter.
Well, we will be heading into picks and bans momentarily. Let's very quickly, and I say very quickly because I don't think this will take too long. Let's talk about our predictions for this series. Because I know for me, Marby, I was 2-0 on the SBTC train.
Yeah, I think it's going to be much the same. I did make these predictions early, and I don't think we've seen enough anything from ASE to really switch me in the other way. I think they just haven't got the ability to stand up to a lot of what SBTC are doing, and this top lane, I'm not sure if LLT can quite answer what Emperor does. Emperor, his name is not actually Emperor.
Are we sure?
It should be. But yeah, still got to see how he can stand up to that. I feel the big issue is going to be the spot lane. Celebrity and Paulette are going to just pop off. I feel Paulette more than happy to take it into Easy Levinson.
And while we talked about how you've got the likes of Playcool, who hasn't had a real chance to prove himself, I feel like LLT has had that opportunity. He's played against Kiaya for GAM, who was, the overall Spring Split MVP. He played for Nagia, or not for Nagia, against Nagia for Team Wales. And while Nagia isn't the best top laner, I feel like Nagia has been proving himself to be a very competent top laner. So what do you make of LLT in his rookie split in the VCS?
I feel LLT is doing he's doing fine considering his position as that rookie. It's not like he is a big superstar we expected to shake the rocks or anything, but he's doing okay. He's a little bit quiet from what we've really seen, and I feel like a lot of the time he doesn't really get to do all that much, and by the time he gets to make his way to the game, it's already been lost for him. So he's had a couple of bad ones. He's had a bit of a rough laning phase in some games, but yeah, he's just fairly average rookie, and that's hard to be that on a flailing team.
And kind of going deeper into this top lane matchup, we know that Emp has been playing a lot of NAR, 4 NAR games out of the 6 games that he has played. When you look over to LLT, we saw in the relegation series that AS Esports won to get into the VCS top split. We saw a Tristana game against the NAR. We've seen in the spring split, in the summer split itself, LLT playing the likes of the Aurelia, which is a big NAR counter. So do you think we might be seeing some of these counter picks coming through for LLT? And if it does come through, do you think he can put any pressure on to Emperor, even in an advantageous matchup?
I mean, he played the Aurelia matchup into Kiaya, wasn't it? And I just don't think that's... Yeah, he played the Aurelia matchup into Kiaya. It didn't really work out for him there, and I feel that the strength of that pick has gone down in terms of its value as a counter pick. The Tristana is a bit more interesting. That could make its appearance as a bit of an interesting flex option, but also I would just ban it. I'd just ban the NAR. That's the best counterplay against it. I feel against Enpa.
Well, we are jumping into picks and bans, and it seems to be the standard tactic when playing against SBTC. Ban away DNK's champion pool because it's not very big, and outside of the Lee Sin and Viego, DNK does start to struggle.
We've sort of seen him struggle a lot on that in the spring, but it feels like I always feel that it shouldn't be an issue. Even the split, we've seen him succeed on the Diana and Volibear, so he's expanded a little bit in terms of successful picks. But this guy has been playing for ages. He has so much depth to his pool for sure that I feel like you can't really ban him out, but you can take him down a peg from being a top tier VCS jungler. And that seems to be the focus with the Lee Sin and the Talia.
I had a lot of doubt about DNK coming into this split after what was a very shaky spring split, but DNK seems to be proving himself in summer, and we'll see whether SBTC can continue what has been almost a wave of dominance since their opening game of the split. SBTC, though, they're banning the Lucian and the Akali being banned away from Playcall.
We're just seeing a lot of these early game AD carry bullies being taken off. The Callista ban was a really high priority pick in our series yesterday, but it's going to be banned by ASE. Not quite comfortable taking that pick. It seems. I believe it was played quite heavily in the last week by this team, but they just. I mean, they weren't finding success on it, so they don't want to give it over, and they want to go for another angle.
Yeah, we've seen 2 Killista games from EC Love so far. And AS Esports over on the blue side, they get first pick. And right now, they're looking towards the Akshan. However, to go back more towards this SBTC bottom lane, we've been seeing a lot of a Mumu from Palette.
Yeah, we've seen it. I mean, yeah, it's been a really strong pick. It pairs really well with that Callista as well. So, without that AD carry, I don't expect to see it. This Renata makes a lot more sense as just a standard fair support pick. Don't necessarily think it's worth this high priority, but Palette does, so he's going to grab that, and we will probably see an early lock-in of a piece of the puzzle, maybe the AD carry to go alongside it. Maybe we just pick up a jungler right now.
Maybe we get Dia1's Gragas that he pulled out on day 1. I believe that was against Karti. But for now, the Gragas will get put away, and SBTC going to go towards this Aphelios. We've seen Celebrity play it once before, and he did win that game as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit early, I think, on the Aphelios. It should be fine overall, but it may pivot ASC's a bit draft strategy. Maybe they, instead of going for a lot more of that dive type thing, move to a long range poke out advantage. That LeBlanc hover did not give me confidence about that though, so maybe just looking for a bit of a reset composition, maybe utilize a LeBlanc or an assassin from the mid lane to set up the burst. Ari comes to mind to keep on the theme of resets.
And
maybe
AS
they would be
Esports,
best locking in the bot lane.
well, as you mentioned, there are now this reset kind of composition for AS Esports with the Viego, with the Jinx. If they can get that first kill, that could be absolutely crucial. But when you're looking over to SBTC, you've got this Renata, which has the bailout, which will just delay any potential reset by a few seconds, which could be critical in a team fight.
Definitely could. And what's more is a fair Jinx. If Jinx can get clipped by that hostile takeover, she could absolutely remove a member of her team before they even get a chance to blink. So Cleanse will almost certainly be coming out from that bot lane though. So Diana locked in. So I would assume a Yasuo ban is in the near future, unless ASE feel quite comfortable playing up into that. It might be a small disconnect in terms of this big wombo combo engage coming in through, and then a bot lane that can't quite follow up on it if it's too far away. So SBTC gonna need to look for a few pieces to patch it together, because otherwise it's just really Shirley's to link those two up.
Well, the Yasuo is banned away from Dia1, and as you mentioned, right now maybe there is that kind of disconnection. You've got this Aphelios and Renata for SBTC that really want AS Esports to be diving into them, whereas the Diana, while it can play defensively, usually wants to be jumping in with those big multi-man moonfalls.
So if they set it up properly and go for the double AD solo laners, which may end up a little bit of an issue in terms of necessarily playing out the full high comp, and you just lock in on that Jinx as Diana, she won't be building any magic resist for sure, and you can just try and your job becomes nuke them out while the rest of SBTC plays a bit of disengage. I imagine things like the Gnar can come in. For mid laners, I don't know, maybe we see Dia1 pull out the Tristana again, a bit of a classic for him, but Yone is of course an option. We will have to see as they lock in their next pick, which I would assume would be a Gnar, because it's there and it's safe.
I would kind of agree with that, but I'm really surprised that AS Esports banned away the Aurelia themselves, because that to me suggested that they wanted to put LLT on the Gnar, but now SBTC say, well, we're R4, so we get to pick our top laner first.
Yeah, it's a very interesting pick. Or they have something else in mind, not necessarily the Gnar, that the Aurelia would have been a fantastic counter into. Gangplank, it's not really that, but Gangplank should be fairly fine up into the Gnar. Can get punished pretty heavily if Emperor wins out on the barrel minigame. But the hover of this Silas has a few good ultimates to look for, and that will be a pretty good pickup for the side of play call. But Snaplock Yone to play into it.
It's a snap block of Yone, and SBTC now have that snap engage with the Yone and the Diana, and pretty much either one of them can really start up a fight. And we talk about how the Aphelios and Renata want ASE Esports to kind of dive onto them. Celebrity still has that Moonlight Vigil, and if you can get that with, you know, an Inferno, that is a lot of damage that will be unloaded onto the members of ASE Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. The combo isn't quite as potent. There's not instant setup for an ultimate, but there's still a lot of displacement, a lot of AoE CC, so skirmishes within the jungle around Baron Pits, around Dragon, should be bread and butter and where SBTC shines, but all-out brawls in an open space like the mid lane, ASE have pretty effective tools to get it going, and if they find that one pick, if someone like DNK overreaches and can't quite find the first kill before the resets come in, that might be enough for ASE to take a team fight.
Yeah, well, we are about to head on into picks and bans. Might be very quickly then, which side do you prefer drafting-wise?
In terms of draft, I think ASE has a much simpler composition to sort of play out. That sounds a little bit weird considering SBTC is a little bit of a press R comp, but I feel like it's a bit more well-rounded in that sense of team fighting, has very strong side lane support, and it should be pretty good, but they're gonna have to execute it, which that is probably a bit more of the issue for this team up against SBTC Esports.
Now with that, we are heading on to the Rift for our opening game of the day. Something else that we should probably mention as well is this is not the same ASE Esports lineup that we saw in their first series of the split or in their second series, because we have Uzi jumping into the ADC role to replace Easy Love. And no, guys, this is not the Uzi from the LPL, you know, the greatest ADC of all time. This is a different Uzi. This is our VCS Uzi making his debut in the VCS.
You can see right there, it's zero Uzi. No Uzi to be found. He's still retired. I don't know what his situation
I hate the fact that I found that funny, to be honest, but yeah.
You should. The amount I've had to put up from you. But anyway, deep ward coming in, ward onto the top side should make Emperor aware LLT is in the bush, but right now it's just going to be red stars on both sides. Bit of information from Playcall will give that over, and they will know where DNK is starting, especially as he will have to show up on those Raptors. And the ward comes down, LLT is spotted, and the top lane begins. But
GG, lane over.
Yeah, lane over. That's just it. Emperor's absolutely smashing this health trade right now. Just insane.
He misses a Q as we pan away. The director saw it happening and decided that, nope, we can't see that anymore. Okay, let's talk a little bit about jungle matchups. We got a Viego, we got a Diana. And by jungle matchups, I don't really care about how the junglers interact with each other. I just care about how the junglers want to be interacting with their teams.
Yeah, how they want to be interacting with their teams is DNK is hoping nothing goes wrong and he can just AFK farm and maybe utilize a bit of lane pressure coming out from this Yone and this Gnar, even the spot lane as well, to try and work their way towards their level 6 as soon as possible. This spot lane pressure is going to be a great point for them later on, but they should be aware somewhat that it was a bot lane, a red side start for here, and this will confirm it here with this stun, and there's just gonna have to be a flash. Just not respecting it was DO1.
One summoner down for the SBTC mid laner, and I'm sure that's now going to be a target for Hyo and Playcall, especially when you've got the Abduct and the Kingslayer. The Silas has a lot of tools to be able to stick onto this Yone.
Yeah, absolutely. It has fantastic setup for Hyo to convert that. And right now we see that pressure sort of fall apart, and it's not going to be too bad in the long run for the side of SBTC, and notably DNK, because, I mean, he's already cleared out his entire lane, but Hyo's going to make his second entrance into the lanes. Right now, moving right up towards Emperor, who has no rage bar to speak of. Can he outplay this?
Well, the
Oh,
barrel
but
doesn't get
for it?
any damage down. LLT's tanking up the tower. More tower shots here. It's low LLT as well. LLT, though, gets first blood with a parlay.
Alright, that tower looked a little bit sus, but they do outplay it. It was a lot of effort put in, and so close from Emperor, almost getting some back, but that's gonna feel a little bit bad with that first blood going down. He's gonna not lose too much on the wave, but unless DNK can work his way in and steal some camps and really make up for it, that's just a really big advantage for ASE to work with.
And LRT now having this lead on a gangplank, we've seen in the past, not just in the VCS, but in so many leagues as well, when a gangplank can get a lead, it can start snowballing. It can become so oppressive to deal with. And you look at the members of SBTC, not a lot of tanky players. And if you get those barrel crits off, that's going to be any member of SBTC down to, what, practically half health.
Currently seeing a lot of heavy trading coming in. Playcool getting the better of a lot of them. Tier 1 will win that one, trade as I say that, but we see the sort of lack of pressure that DNK is going to have, and that's just sort of the nature of Diana. Cannot have that impact compared to Viego, and you can even see that in Ozzy's his items. He started Cull. He does not feel any threat from this Diana. They are not going to dive him. They are not going to punish him, and he can back very safely and get whatever he's getting. Probably not quite a noon quiver, though with the extra gold in bank, maybe he makes it. Nope, just gonna get boots and a pot.
Some nice attack faster boots for both of our ADCs. Let's not forget, though, we're talking about Aphelios Jinx, two ADCs who are going to be absolute monsters once we get to the later stages of the game. So for both of them, just want to just chill, calm things down, and that's been the case across most of the map, I feel. Maybe the only exception is looking towards this mid lane, the Yone probably wanting to get accelerated a bit earlier on.
They want to get something done, and you can sort of see them sort of falling apart a little bit in terms of the pressure, and ASE get to run this whole first part of the map. Now Ozzy has been left alone and will feel a little bit of pressure from it, but Khan feels comfortable to go up. The Diana cannot really do much but sort of dissuade further attempts, and they found a spot they want to punish, and that is just keep this Nard down as much as possible, but
Play cool, going in for 1v2. Fate Seal will not land onto Dire 1. Flashing away, DNK will get the final auto. And SBTC get their first kill of the game.
Yeah, it's a huge committal, but it doesn't stop.
Cannon Barrage on the top lane here could look for more, but decides against going for the tower dive. And look at that huge wave of minions. Emperor not getting any of this gold, any of the XP.
He's trying to bait a little bit as we see Diana coming up the way. It's not a while till Mega now, though.
DNK does not have Moonfall. That has already been used, and now the Gangplank is just going to get run down. No flash available either, and here on the other side of the map, as DNK picks up his second kill.
And that visit will bail Emperor out of what was a pretty rough situation. I'm gonna see a replay of this. It's just Playcool not respecting where DNK is. He tries to get out with the stolen ultimate, but DNK with a flash follow, and they see the dive attempt onto Enpa, and there's actually so much time bought that, of course, DNK can run up all the way up from mid, and Kyo backs out, but LLT feels absurdly safe with a full HP bar and so many minions behind him that he just doesn't read the play. They don't recognize DNK is coming up from mid, and it's just a foolish overstep.
And it's just so easy for LLT to get run down. DNK making 2 plays and DNK getting 2 kills. And now SBTC find themselves with a gold lead. Not a large lead. We're just talking about 500 gold, but a lot of that is going to be sitting on top of the Diana.
Yeah, Diana's feeling pretty good, and that's making up for this pretty hefty hole that Emperor is finding himself in. He'll gain a little bit back when the Cull converts, but you're playing into Gangplank. He's gonna print his own money. He's gonna feel a little bit. He's gonna be feeling good about himself. Plus, he has that pretty big CS lead coming up right now, and Emperor is just sort of shoving the waves and walking away.
Flash out of the grand entrance. But look how many chakrams are stacked, and Celebrity can just trade so comfortably.
Yeah, Ozzy was back in base, so it's actually just it's Hyo trying to hold the tower, and now we see the bit of the mid lane is trying to keep each other busy, and now Ozzy's here. Can Hyo find the next stun?
Zap lands, no flash available for Palette. The heal by Simon, Hyo's gonna fall, the bailout keeps Palette alive. I don't quite believe that, and Celebrity once more. He's got the red and white guns. He now converts over to the green gun. Can he land the final auto? No, he can't. Uzi flashes away, he's burning, but will not fall, and Celebrity very unlucky not to find a second kill.
1 for 1, but that grand entrance is enough to get Uzi out. Zen body blocking, so no Q attempt either. But on the top side, we saw the jungler here for so long that the Rift Herald, that's what it's called, is coming down. They're gonna pick up another, and there was a third kill somewhere along the way. So we did not see LLT apparently falling, or someone else. No, it had to be LLT falling to die.
Okay, yeah, here it is. Then Marby, I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, steps up and DNK lurking in the bush. Moonfall comes down and then just gets chased down by the Gnar and Diana. And that allows for that great conversion. Breaks open that first tower. And now that hole Emperor was in is completely gone. He's gotten a great big ladder in the form of DNK.
And really good cross-map play from SBTC. They identify, okay, Hyo's playing on the bottom side of the map. We're going to make a play on the top side. DNK got the Rift Herald pretty much on spawn. Then he gets the kill, makes the Rift Herald drop. Fate Sealed, cancelled by Dire 1. He's going to be forced to flash away. DNK, though, making his way into mid lane. Palette close behind. However, the Q does not land, as here's a replay of... does Celebrity get a kill?
No, Celebrity probably goes down here, just caught out in the 2v1, and just, too much CC, can't quite get it done with the purple and green, can't trade back.
Well, ASE Esports get their third kill. They are 2,500 gold behind. As, where are we currently sitting? We've had one Drake secure, which happened, I think, about a minute ago by SBTC. And considering that we're 11 minutes in, it's a little bit late.
Yeah, just happened after the Rift Herald play, when we were watching Playclaw and Hyo make their attempt onto Dia. And once again, Hyo is going back to this mid lane. There's no ultimate, there's only the exhaust, but with the abduct missing, can't quite find it in. And I'm feeling Hyo is struggling to sort of have that impact now that DNK has sort of entered the game in earnest. He's just sort of returning to this mid lane, trying to make things happen, and finding himself on the opposite side of the play, where DNK is able to freely take objectives, and now setting up for a lane gank. He might be able to make something happen as trading in the mid lane happens.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing the proof of that stat that we were bringing up earlier about how Playcall tends to, at 15 minutes, have a CS lead, have a gold lead. He does have a small CS lead, and here hovering around the bottom side. DNK has been sneaking his way through in the lane, but who will pull the trigger first?
Yeah, looks like Hyo is going to back off, and I don't think Celebrity and SBTC were aware, but they just want to keep this pressure up. They want this first tower and to maximize this minion wave, so DNK is fairly comfortable just sitting here and exchanging a little bit of his tempo and pressure on the map to just make sure that SBTC can convert and pick up another tower in this mid lane, in this bot lane. And then both side lanes open, the conversion to the 1v1, 1-3-1 rather, is very good and can work out just fine.
And now DNK shows himself. He's tired of waiting. He's going to help that wave push in. And SBTC are now going to look for their second tower of the game.
Yeah, but now Playcool is down here. Hyo is lurking as well, so it may be a bit of touch and run. In comes Grand Challenge.
Well, the Cannon Barrage dropped down as well. Celebrity down to 300 health. Playcall flashing forward. He misses the Moonlight Vigil, but it doesn't matter. There is so much damage, and Celebrity will fall.
Yeah, the trade in response is going to be a lot of damage onto this mid lane. So can ASE keep the push up? DNK has a bit of wave clear. Can they risk breaking it all as play call is going to continue?
The Moonfall has been used. Diving in is DNK. Oh, does so much damage with the Rocket Belt. Play cool. Ignited. DNK going back in. This is a 2v4. And Palette will get the kill onto Play cool. Now DNK is looking for Zin. Flashing forward. And lands a Crescent Strike onto Uzi. Dire 1 showing up here with the Heartbreaker over the wall. Will be able to survive. But it is SBTC getting 2 kills on the back end of the bot lane fight.
Yeah, Deer can't quite follow over the wall with his soul unbound. So, and then committed the teleport. So he's going to be the one that receives the tower as a bit of a consolation for not being able to participate in the fight. But DNK and Palette working together to just bring down this push. Great handshake, great engage, and all this empty pressure. Everyone in the bot lane means the mid lane is free game, and that's all the outer towers down for SBTC. As this starts off with a very good engage. A lot of time is bought, but the damage onto Celebrity from that distance is just too much that he will end up going down. Sticks around a little bit to try and buy time for his spawn jungler, and then as we move into the extended, they get a little bit cocky. They feel they can make this dive, but Uzi's left a little bit alone, and the burst damage from DNK is just too much. That handshake as well, bringing him to that tower. Let's just sort of pulls play call out of it, and then this missed it a little bit on the spectator. You can't quite see the Crescent Strike go through, so it just looked like he flashed and popped him with his mind. But
honestly, that's the greatest kill I've ever seen. He just flashed forward and he said, "Die," and Uzi just disappeared from the face of the rift.
Yeah, just him with the old Shinen. Uzi just popped. That's just it. That's all you need to do. Say it loud enough.
I think about it. So Fist of the North Star, which is where that scene is from, or Maiwa Moshinderu, is that effectively just Zed ultimate?
Little bit, perhaps. Like I guess a little bit of that, a little bit of Soul Unbound. I don't know. It doesn't quite have the one-to-one parallel.
I mean, we don't know exactly the power scalings. We don't know if, his punches and then how he makes people explode afterwards scales with AD and all of that stuff. But you mentioned this all about. We saw Deer 1 trying to make a play on to Uzi, but Uzi was able to flash and get the blast cone out to safety just in the nick of time. So no more kills for SBTC. But they are in complete control of this game. We're seeing a 4,000 goal lead for them and 2 Drakes as well in their favor.
And with this, there's just so much map control built out now with these outer ring of towers down. They can push in and control jungles much easier as long as they get the shove on the waves. So with this pressure in the mid wave, and it's still a while until an objective, so we're not going to see any super aggressive pushes for Vision coming out of SBTC quite yet, but when they do in about 3 minutes time, it will be much easier for them without that mid lane turret, whereas ASE are just still going to struggle to try and make that happen, especially in bot side where both outer turrets remain.
Now, it is time for a Milky minigame. I've not done a minigame yet this summer split, Marby, so you get to be my first victim of one. We're going to play the Rift Herald, or a Rift Herald minigame. So right now, Hyo has a Rift Herald in his inventory. I know we can't quite see that because we are on the goal difference screen. But my question to you is, do you think that Rift Herald will be able to charge at a tower successfully?
Ooh, charge, I think, is quite likely, especially with how much time Emperor spent well away from the lane, and you can see right here, it's going to be dropped down. LLT has already brought this wave up, and Emperor has been left a little bit out to the dogs, so he can't quite respond to that at all, and that tower will be going down with the Rift Herald.
Okay. It's a bit of a bad minigame because I brought it up as the Rift Herald was dropping down. But you did say before the Rift Herald got used, so you get 4 points for that one, Marby. Congratulations, you're on a 100% Milky minigame record.
No more, and I'm going to keep that record. Fantastic. Speaking of which, SBTC gonna be barreling down this mid lane a little bit. Want to make something happen, but here comes a flank from Playcool.
However, the Shurelios will buy time for Palette and Celebrity to run out to safety. DNK on the run, flashes away, looking for the blast cone. Zin able to drop it. DNK trying to sidestep everything, going in, gets a two-man move fall. Now goes Golden. Palette and Celebrity showing up as well, but here with the Heartbreaker is going to be able to deny the hostile takeover. And now it's just a straight 4v5. Dial1 trying to come in from the side onto Uzi, and Uzi will get popped. Playcool will come out of stasis, and SBTC will find themselves a second.
Yeah, unfortunate blast cone, but it doesn't matter. SBTC can absolutely pick up the pieces. DO1 with a huge ultimate. It's not over.
Emperor flashing forward, lands an R ult, and LLT will fall. And overall, it is 3 kills for 1, and SBTC can march on forward in the mid lane.
Emperor finally feeling a little bit included into this game, picking up that kill onto LLT. And all that, it was a pick onto DNK, who was split off, but the rest of the team has been leveled up by his presence. He doesn't need to be the solo carry. We actually saw across the gold split a little bit more, as we're just going to see DNK is just on the wrong side. He has no support with him, and he almost gets out, but he just... it's actually Zin that pops the blast cone early. That's why he doesn't get over the Krug wall, but buys some time with the stopwatch, and it lets Emperor collapse in, and then a little bit of an overreach comes out from the side of ASE. And this big ultimate buys enough time that the range from Celebrity and Emperor can chip down a couple. As we see in live, they pick off Hyul again.
Well, that's Emperor picking up another kill. I don't think Emperor has had any kills this game so far. I think right now he's on 12 solo kills in the split.
12 or 13, I'm not quite sure. But he has a high number. They will check the Baron and spot it out with that Super Mega Death Rocket. And now ASE are going to look for a bit more of a test. Celebrity was dead as well, so looks like he got picked off, just caught shopping by the bot lane as well. And I suppose this turned into an extended 1-for-1 overall, with DNK coming down and Emperor just being in the right spot.
Oh, Emperor, that ult. Well, we've got to have questions. I know you're a good knob, but... ooh,
not his fault. DNK pulled him away with his ultimate. It's not his fault. But good 1-for-1 trade overall. Dragon taken off the back of it. DO1 in a bit of trouble though.
Zin just waiting for the right moment to go in. I think he popped to Shurelios as well. Now the quickness, and that will allow LLT to get on top of DO1, and the gangplank will secure the kill.
Yeah, running a lot of good movements around the map. ASE linking up the Rakan and the Viego to just try and find some picks, and it's gonna keep them relatively close in the game. It's still a 5k gold lead. They're still on that sole point in 4 minutes, but Gangplank is getting a little bit stronger as time goes on, and reaching Nar goes for the play.
And in goes DNK, but Playcool hijacking the Nar ult, and was able to use that defensively. Either way, I think there was a dash from DNK out of its range, so he didn't get stunned up against the tower, as SBTC secure their second inner tower of the game. And I want to talk about some of the positives for AS Esports, because the early game looked really good, and we're still seeing them making these proactive plays. A lot of it, seeing Zin at the center on this Rakan, trying to roam around with Hyul and make picks onto either Dia1 or Emperor in the side lanes.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. They played out lanes fairly well. Their mid game kind of fell significantly upon those skirmishes, but they haven't been silent. They haven't been rolling over. They have been hunting for those picks, as you said, and that's good to see. It's not Flash from last split, which just lost so painfully and so badly. Now, seeing SBTC, they want to make their move towards this Baron. They feel the time is now, and they have the ability to make these pushes, get quite far in. They just need to be a bit careful on Celebrity being on his lonesome, but they do have a fairly good idea of where Zin is, and that is the big threat.
And after this Baron, we'll have an Infernal. It could be Infernal Soul, and having an Infernal Soul on a Gnar, a Diana, an Aphelios with Calibrum, That's a lot of poke from this side.
Yeah, and the AoE burst from Diana and say the Yone is just going to be insane. Now Nah looking to steal a little bit more rage, but I feel this may be a little bit too much unless they can convert it. But ASE are playing very far back, and now Emperor's gonna end up being exhausted for a fair while this Baron is in the play. If they start it up, he's just not going to be quite able to build up the rage fast enough, and this gives a window for ASE to try and make something happen.
Do ASE Esports try to contest? LRT is on the other side of the map. He has a cannon barrage available. He will channel the teleport. Hostile takeover doesn't land onto anyone. Play cool going in! And Celebrity has already fallen. Palette will die as well to bail out by some time. But Palette will fall nonetheless, and it is 2 kills for ASE. SBTC, though, were able to secure the Baron.
And you just see now, Emperor's only now getting his first bit of rage. He was not able to be even a remote participant. The idea wants just taking matters into his own hands.
Goes for Sin, but he returns to his soul where Hio was waiting, but Dia1 is happy to take this trade. Now there's a teleport coming in, and able to find a 2-man Nara, but he's just going to get run down, looking for the kill onto Uzi, but Uzi will survive. And sadly, though, for Playcool, he almost got the kill onto Dia1, but it ends up being 2 kills as both Playcool and Hio fall.
How do you miss? He was right in front of you. You missed the boulder sauce in, but god damn it, man. They could have been so good, but he fumbles it. But SBTC, they commit onto this Baron, and they do get it, and they walk away with 3 initially. But this is just so dangerous. Emperor is only now really able to be a threat again, and he gets a lot done in terms of the damage onto LLT. The transformation is good, but he just whiffs everything. And then this teleport comes in, but it's given DNK time to base and return, and DNK is so goddamn strong that he just nukes Hyo from orbit and takes down Playcool next along with him.
You know what would have killed Dia1 there, Marby? Anti-heal.
Anti-heal, yeah.
Although I don't actually know if there is anti-heal for Hyo and Playcool, so I might be talking out my backside there.
Yeah, I feel probably not. It doesn't necessarily seem like the a straight up pickup. Maybe we'll got a Kenpunk chainsaw in the works or something, but I wouldn't expect a full on Morelos purchase or anything from the side of Playcool. But that said, they did chunk out Hyo, so he cannot participate, and that's a free soul going over, and possibly is in as well.
Emperor says howdy it is in, but he's got LLT that he can jump to and escape. But with that said, SBTC now have the Infernal Soul and Dia1 in a 1v2. The hijacked Fate Seal does not land. Dia1 does land his ultimate, looks for Hyo, but he is forced to return to his soul, and Hyo will be able to survive.
Stopwatch buying enough time.
Oh no.
Oh
no. Oh!
You can't do that, man.
Did DK have vision of that?
He had the sweeper, so he could spot him over the wall. But you can't back there when you're on that low health. It's just not legal, and he gets punished for it. And now they have this soul. They still have a couple of Barons as it just times out, but it's enough to get them the push. It's enough to crack open the base. Is it enough to end? I wouldn't think so. But SBTC are a bloodthirsty lot.
One inhibitor down, and SBTC turn their attention towards the mid lane. Yeah, very deep flying. Hostile takeover. 1 kill, 2 kills. Zin can look to go in. He'll use the quickness, but he's got no follow-up, and Zin is just going to die. So Zin falls for absolutely nothing, but ASE Esports are able to pick up 3 kills.
Able to use SBTC's power against them with that stolen hostile takeover. Tearing each other apart were Na and Dia. So now,
Playcool has teleported, going in, abduct, lands, but there is a hostile takeover. Super Mega Death Rocket Celebrity down to half health, and ASE Esports can't look for anything more. They've just bought themselves some time to scale back into this game. They've got another 2 minutes to wait before the Baron Nashor will spawn up on the map. But Palette hit by the zap. The barrels, the 3 barrels don't land onto either Palette or Celebrity, but this will be the outer tower falling. Moonlight Vigil does land. Uzi so incredibly low. and is lucky to be able to escape with his life.
Yeah, they can't defend the tower, but Celebrity can defend his lane partner, and that means that they get to... I mean, they still lose out heavily on that play in terms of, on the back end, just that gold, that bounty is going to help them out a lot. It's still only 5k, or rather back to 5k, but that doesn't matter. There is an Infernal Soul in pocket, and now the side lane pressure should be too much. Only one lane left, one inhibitor for the side... Oh wait, they didn't actually get the mid lane inhibitor. I take that back. Still only one lane left, but they do only have one lane of super minions.
Oh no!
Oh, Hyo just caught again.
So, you know how in winter we had the Ego Rift Herald? We now have the Hyo back.
The Hyo recall, okay.
The Hyo recall.
Can LLT find a barrel? Does not look like it, and the siege begins anew.
A 5v4 as well. An inhibitor exposed in the mid lane. The inhibitor exposed and under attack in the bottom lane, and it's easy pickings for SBTC. ASE Esports are going to have to fight this one 4v5, but SBTC don't want to take the fight. They will leave the base in tatters. They have made their raid. They will retreat. They'll look for a Baron Nashor, and then they'll look for more Xin, almost caught up, who will be able to battle dance his way out to safety.
Had to use the quickness as well, so with that tool down, it feels like ASE cannot truly approach this Baron, and it's just a Mega Death Rocket steal that is really all they have left in the works. And will it come through? Never mind that. There is a teleport from Gangplank. They will fight this. They will not go quietly into that good night.
LRT might have been spotted. Flash available for pretty much every member of SBTC with the exception of Palette. And ASE Esports, they just want to slow this down. Here is now up and alive. That quickness nearly off cooldown, but it needs another 15 seconds or so.
Can Hyo get in? Can the Death Rocket do anything? Does not even get fired. They want to take the fight instead, perhaps. But they're backing off now. Teleport going in straight away. He wants to make use of this Mega Gnar. Can he get it done?
ASE Esports just trying to slow this one down, but MP is going to be able to land the ult onto Hyo. Dire 1 now diving in. Moonfall doesn't land on it to anyone but the Moonlight Vigil on top. And the ASE Esports are getting blown apart in their own base. 3 have fallen. LLT will fall as well. It's a triple kill for Celebrity as the final Nexus Tower will fall. And the only member of ASE Esports to survive will be Xin, who will be able to somehow get a perfect game, but it is SBTC who take the win.
Xin, the KDA player, of course not. He played his heart out, but it wasn't enough. SBTC just tearing apart the map. Once DNK got that ultimate, he was just online, he was just everywhere, and he played out a perfect game.
A very good showing from SBTC. I think the early game, ASE Esports bringing themselves, showing their mettle a bit. I think one thing that I do want to say is, at the start of the split, I had ASE Esports down to be the worst team in the league. I think, though, considering that is Playcool, who's playing in the mid lane, over 2T, I think this team is showing a lot more promise. And having seen them play in that first game, I think this is a team that, let's say, won't necessarily finish last, and I can see being able to take games off even the likes of SBTC once we do get towards the end of the split.
I feel like it feels rough because they are a noticeably, probably the worst team fairly noticeably, but they're still so much better than at least 2, possibly even 3 of the teams from last split. It's just the rest of the field leveled up as well. And that just hurts in terms of these guys are good, but they will go to relegation.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you put ASE Esports in Spring Split, I 100% see them beating Burst Sky, Team Flash, and Luxury as well, considering how Killer Queen was playing some of the games from Spring Split. But with that, we're going to be jumping on into a break. When we return, we'll be getting our second game of the series between SBTC and ASE Esports, as ASE Esports look to get their first game win of summer. Stay tuned.
KDA. Should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a rough it. 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit. 그 문 열지 마 that's a rough day. I'm giving you more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking babe. 부루마법 message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real money 필요 없대. 너네들이 많은 돈들 go get it go get it go get it. 더 미션 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 그래 cause I got it different. All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so here you go. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's so dope, get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold, I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say, making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해, queen. All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so here you go. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的微浪，不断往前，oh you'll never way down. This is how I do it every day. Wow, wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走。Giving it all more. No, I got it so here you go. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to head into our second game of the day. Second game of the day. Second game of the first series of the day. ASE Esports against SBTC. Marby, game one was kind of as we expected, SBTC taking the win, but I, at the very least, was pleasantly surprised by how much of a fight ASE Esports were able to put up.
Yeah, they put up a very strong early game, very strong lanes, and Hjoben was able to get in strong early impacts. But once DNK came on to the scene and got his level 6, it sort of flipped back very heavily to the side of SBTC. But even then, we still saw Zin and Hyo linking up and trying to find picks wherever they could. They've had a couple onto Celebrity, one onto Dia that comes to mind, and even though they never really found a way back into the game, they definitely put up a barrier and didn't go away without a fight.
Now, we are having, or we can see on our screen that apparently the MVP of the match was Celebrity. I'm calling BS on that because I personally think it was DNK. His early game was really good, finding picks on the top side in the mid lane and effectively removing all of the lead that LLT had been able to find with the help of Hero and bringing Emperor completely back into the game.
Absolutely. This game was DNK's run. As I said, hit level 6, went straight to the mid lane, picked up a kill, went straight to the top lane after that and picked up another. And from there, it was the entire game focused around this Diana and where she was going. And wherever she went, SBTC found success.
Well, we're heading into picks and bans for Game 2 in SBTC, just starting to pinch away instantly play calls champion pool with that LeBlanc ban.
Yeah, just gonna see very similar bans coming out so far. If I was to change anything honestly, there's not too much I would change in the ban phase from either team. Nothing really stood out as particularly problematic as in terms of the pick itself. Of course, they played the Diana was played perfectly, and even on ASE side, Zin's Rakan put in not as much effort as it could to try and turn it back, but nothing seemed overcomeable to me. Nothing seemed like it couldn't be overcome. Everything felt like it could be beaten. It just needed the game to go a little bit differently in different parts. So I'm not expecting too many changes, if any, in these bans. The Zeri takeaway on the blue side, because they know if ASE is left to that choice, they will potentially trade that Kalista for that Zeri. And so now I'm expecting that Kalista ban to come out from ASE once again.
This does mean that Viego is open once again. We saw it being first picked by the side of ASE Esports in Game 1, and as you predicted, Marby, the Kalista taken away. So all that's left now is to see what SBTC want to prioritize and what they want to first pick.
So one thing we did see that was quite good for the side of ASE was Emperor was not able to just tear the game up on this Gnar, but this actually snuck through. I didn't notice it the last time, but here it is. It's the Lucian. This may be our first. I don't recall seeing any others.
Celebrity played Lucian once before. I forget which game it was, but he did get a very oppressive 11 KDA with the champion.
Yes. So, yeah, probably going to pull out the Lucian army once again for this SBTC bot lane. ASE, are they going to take the center time Kenshin to it? No, the Cog and probably, almost certainly, the Lulu alongside it to just outrange and make this Lucian's life a bit of a pain in terms of trying to maximize that lane advantage.
I would absolutely love it if this Zoe gets locked in. We've seen some aggressive champions from Playcool so far already in the split. You know, we've seen the LeBlanc, we've seen the Ari, we saw the Silas in the previous game, but ASE Esports decide that they want LLT on the Gnar.
So now Emperor's going to have to try and reach in, try and find something he wants to play as that counter. The Jack Spring comes to mind, not entirely sure. Hasn't really shown anything this split in terms of a counter, but you know, he's brought out the cannon in the past. Perhaps the Riven is something he's played before, but GP seems to be coming back into play, into the meta, and the VCS finally adapting to the Pirates, perhaps. Nope, it's Viego.
A late Viego pick. We saw ASE Esports first picking it in Game 1, but SBTC want to be able to pick up their jungler before we head into the second round of bans. Presumably, ASE Esports would have just instantly taken that Viego away along with something like the Volibear, but ASE Esports, they know that they have to get that Lulu picked up, otherwise it will be banned away, and they lock in the Cog Lulu in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so we have two pretty unique, pretty special duos that are going to kind of play almost like complete opposite styles, in the fact that SBTC are all about the lane and the short trades, but extended skirmishes, extended fights with that Cogmore where you can try and get as many auto attacks down as possible should go back into their favor. So can SBTC play through that range advantage and actually maximize that those short trades. It's gonna be a lot of hard execution on them, but as we move to bans, just a few more standard things taken off the board. Big team fighters like the Wukong, the Swain, want to take away front lines.
And so far this split, we've only seen Hyo playing Viego and Wukong. 3 games on the Viego, including the game from earlier today, and 2 games on the Wukong. Now, he's going to have to show a whole new champion. The Wukong has been banned away. I wonder if SBTC will try to pinch this jungle pool further, or whether they now put some attention towards a play call in the mid lane.
Well, the big 3 has sort of been going down, and I'm not sure if Xin Zhao, which would be my next guess of the next jungler down, is worth a ban. Perhaps they try and run something like the Diana Yasuo for themselves and try and take that into SBTC, but something like that means if you lock in that Diana here and predict the Yasuo, you kind of give away a bit of that that counter pick. So just going to be the Udyr, which has been showing up in some places as a bit of a lower down the priority list, but fights frontline if nothing else.
I quite like the idea of an Udyr, especially when you've got a Lulu to give extra movement speed. It just means that you can get that kind of guaranteed CC on to Celebrity's Lucian that little bit more effectively.
I like this. You can isolate the Kog'Maw so much easier if DR1 picks this up. Of course, it's a little bit flexible, so if they wanted to lock in, say, an Akali or something like this, they then have so much flexibility within these solo lanes and can move it wherever they want. They're not going to do that, though, and just pick the Gwen into the Gnar.
Okay, we've seen the Gwen once before from Emperor in this split. It was a game that SBTC did win. We'll see how ASE Esports want to round out their composition. What does Playcall want to take into DR1's Gragas? And at the moment, it looks like he's looking towards the robot in the mid lane.
Ana is very good into low range compositions, especially as the game moves towards corridors and stuff, because the ball can just sit there and threaten and close off an entire entrance to the Dragon Pit and so forth. So this can be so effective. Plus, it pretty much acts as a second enchanter at times for the Kog'Maw, so a lot of pressure will be on Uzi to perform. And then, if Kog'Maw gets to do it, the Juggernaut can do a lot.
And there's a lot of poke for the side of ASE Esports if we get to the late game, because with that living artillery combined with the Orianna bulwark, it's going to be quite difficult for SBTC to get themselves into a position where they can find that engage. And when we talk about engages for SBTC, I'm presuming we're looking primarily at DR1 and the explosive cast.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of good pick. There's a lot of good pick potential on there, but yeah, starting up those team fights, trying to run head first into ASE seems like such a disaster. So SBTC have to play very creatively, and they need to find a very strong lead to find good vision invades, put down flanks and access points for them to make plays and find flanks and get on top of that Kog'Maw, because if they cannot kill Kog'Maw, they cannot win a fight.
So my question is, if SBTC need to play proactively, would you say that ASE Esports need to play cool?
Yeah, alright. No, actually. I think they also need to play proactively, in fact. I think go into the lanes, and if you can shut down this Lucian Nami and by extension feed your Kog'Maw, you can cut SBTC's game plan in half instantly, and they are left scrounging for something to do. So we see the Pugmore skin. God damn it, I hate the Pugmore skin.
Pugmore skin is one of the best skins in the game, outside of like Gnar skins, because Gnar is adorable.
The thing is, they added B-More specifically, so you got the cutest damn Pugmore skin in the game, and you don't have to go with the Pugmore.
I'm not a massive dog person, Marby, but I still like absolutely love Pugmore. It's cute. He
I
makes like
do
little
like
cute doggy sounds as well.
I do like how his cue is a tennis ball. That is, I do quite enjoy that.
Is it
But
actually?
yeah, he spits a tennis ball at you. From memory, at least. The rest of it is just spit. Apparently it is not. I could have sworn it was. Maybe it was at one point. I don't know. Anyway, we're seeing the range advantage come on through. Celebrity taking a little bit. Zin getting some in return. A bit more sustain in the pocket for Paulette. So small trades like this will be fine, but if they can build it up. That once that level 2 comes through for ASE, and it looks like they have that shove, they have that push advantage, this can make the life for SBTC so much harder. Should be coming through on the next couple of minions, and then Paulette and Celebrity have to just sort of back off and cannot really contest.
It's all about that fight for level 2, and now that ASE Esports to get the level 2, they are able to abuse the matchup as Emperor and LLT having a little bit of a battle of their own. We haven't had a chance, though, Marby, to talk about our jungle matchup and where we can expect to see aggression from Hyo and DNK and where they want to be looking for those early ganks.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious choice for both is bot lane. You want to try and snowball that lane as best as you can, but DNK, sorry, he's the Viego has switched sides. The DNK has the option. DNK has the option of going towards this mid lane, and it feels a lot easier to set up with that body slam flash. It's not something that you can really respond to, and that can convert into a kill very easily. Fortunately for DO1, the zoning from this Orianna's command attack is just so strong, and DO1 is going to be stuck on a tower for most of this game and just keep taking poke after poke. And he has that sustain, but it's not nearly enough to keep up.
And we're just seeing here pathing from his bottom side up towards the top side. He's actually going to be able to get both Scuttle Crabs over DNK. I don't quite know how he's managed that. Oh, okay, DNK's gone for a full clear.
Skips the Krugs, plus Udia is just naturally a little bit faster than the Viego, so gonna be able to do that and return happily to this top side, pick up his own, and possibly look in at Gwen, who is pushing up quite heavily. But an early call coming out from the Cogmore, feeling very confident and comfortable in this lane, does not feel like he's going to be pressured at all. Now, DNK looking, can they find something onto play call? Flash Body Slam available.
No mana left for play call, but play call had enough mana to be able to use the command dissonance and just get a bit of extra movement speed and run out of range of DNK and DO1.
DNK is gonna find some chickens. He will probably be able to take this. So then,
DNK, you evil. You evil. I want to drop an explanatory in, but I will avoid explanatory and I don't know. I can't do English. Never mind.
Anyway, it was almost bad, perhaps, because it gave the run back gave Hyo a little bit more time to perhaps come down and contest. But of course, Playcall had no mana, had to go back regardless. So just gonna grab those chickens, and with that teleport coming in first from Playcall, gonna be a quick dragon take instead, and that will get them off to a fantastic start because, as we said, SBTC, they rely so much on early game power, but they have no pressure and can't quite access it yet. So this just means that even if SBTC find some life in the next few minutes and blow open the game and control the next few dragons, they've bought themselves an extra 5 minutes to just keep that Cogmore going, keep that Cogmore building up towards his Rageblade, towards his items, and becoming that unstoppable monster.
Absolutely the case. And for SBTC, considering they've got this solution now in the bottom lane, they haven't been able to find any opportunities to really abuse that. They have been able to find themselves a rather nice CS lead. Now, in the top lane, we have both of our top laners reaching level 6. The final needlework will not land onto LLT, but Emperor is still going to zone the Gnar away from the minion wave.
Flash blown for Ghost, and that is a much shorter cooldown for Emperor to work with, so this gives an opportunity for DNK to make it into that top side. And guess who's coming? DNK and that DO1 just walking their way up. Can Emperor keep LLT around? It doesn't look like it, so the player seems to have been called off.
Well, Emperor has been able to get a freeze of sorts, and LLT won't be able to back. He's going to have to get this wave to crush under tower before he can recall to pick up some items.
And now we're seeing the DNK sort of going in very aggressive once again. There's a bit of pressure in the mid lane. Now can they find the collapse? But DL1's here.
Oh, they turn it beautifully on to Playcool, but now LLT is making his way over, so is Zin. DNK is down to half health. He wants to get onto the Ariana, but he just can't. And it's Playcool who will pick up first blood for ASE Esports.
Yeah, with the flashes over the wall, and DL1 and DNK both using theirs, they can't follow and they just get collapsed on. The Gwen was freezing the top side. Zin had left and made his way there. Now can they make something happen onto Zin? Bubble lands.
Aqua Prison on to Zin, forced to flash over the wall, and there won't be any return kill for SBTC.
Okay, SBTC not being able to find anything early. They're finding a few flashes, but they can't turn those into gold, and this is a bit of a problem. Still got that freeze sort of going in the top side for Emperor, so he can slowly build up a lot of pressure there, but you have to realize if you're building that freeze, if you're playing like that, you can't go for this sort of aggression because the top laner will always be there first for the side of ASE, and they don't even end up getting an assist, but it forced ENK deeper into the jungle. It forced him to give up his life. No escape possible.
And let's not forget, good roam from Zin. Zin was there as well. So right now in the early stages of the game, ASE Esports having the upper, the advantage over SBTC. And we kind of saw this in game 1 as well, Marby. ASE Esports in the early 5 to 10 minutes had control over SBTC. It's kind of when we got into the mid stages of the game that SBTC just seemed to out-rotate, out-macro ASE Esports somewhat.
And the gold is very even there, as Paulette may have picked the fight with the wrong Tiger Bear Pigman. But we have to see. But with y'all seeing big CS leads open in top and bot lane, they will be counted a little bit as these calls eventually come into play. But with that pressure, it's just the kill is going to be nullified in terms of the gold value. So it's mostly just this dragon that's keeping ASE ahead. Small bits of gold, things like that. Where Paulette's just a little bit out of position and has to concede pressure to Hyo. But DNK and DO1 linking up yet again, gonna try and make something happen, try and find Hyo on the blue buff, but the man's just too fast, he's just gonna run away.
But what happens at Gromp? Uzi and Zin making their way up. We could be seeing a 4v3, but for now, Celebrity just going to focus his attention towards the minions and try to get this wave to push under the tower.
Yeah, if they can try and crash it, Hyo has backed off. That sort of trade is what you want, though.
Calling an tidal wave forces the wild growth to be defensively used by Zin just to ensure that Uzi stays alive, but that's a summoner spell that was burnt for Uzi as well, so it might just make him a bit of an easier pick here. Oh, Uzi. That's the power of the Lucian Nami combo.
Yeah, the 1-2 tap is just so much damage, and they caught Zin just as the recall time came through, so no chance for a shield or anything, and that's going to force Uzi right back out of lane, and that's going to give over that tower plate, and we're going to start to see some mining happening in the bot side. Now Dia under pressure.
Shockwave available has been used. Playcall has no more mana. The explosive cost will buy so much space, and Dia 1 will just body slam over the wall and under his tower. So an ult for an ult between the two mid laners, but maybe benefiting ASE Esports more because they have more opportunities to really get on top of this Gragas.
It forces him out of lane as well, and the pressure is there for ASE to just convert that into their second Drake of the game. Much slower game this time around in the kills department, and DNK was still waiting for him to really try and find an impact. This Viego not finding anything to really work with, being very aggressive walking in with Dia 1, but cannot actually find a target to jump on top of. Now they can walk into this top side again, perhaps, but no camps for them to take. LT playing right back as well, so just some pressure. Maybe just this Rift Herald drop to mid. Doesn't even look like that as play call returns to the lane.
And DNK has another 2 minutes or so to drop down a Rift Herald before we'll be getting to a point where no tower plays would be collected by a Rift Herald charge. We'll see where he wants to drop down said Herald. I'm kind of looking towards bot lane. We said that we were expecting to see a lot of aggression towards Celebrity on this solution, but we haven't really had any opportunity to see that, as Emperor almost going under tower onto LLT, but once again does not land that final needlework, as here's the Rift Herald play in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that tower had been gotten down low, but flash to avoid the cask. Good from DO1, but that will be first brick going over, shared between quite a lot of people, so that's feeling good. Plates will be traded in the mid lane, but overall positive play for the side of SBTC, especially with DO1's ability to just jump over a wall and waddle away like the fat man he is.
I want to make a joke, but I can't think of anything. Because right now DO1 is not fat. I don't think any members are fat right now. They're all relatively skinny. They haven't picked up many kills.
It was more a reference to the Gragas than the player himself.
No. So I'm not saying it in terms of the players. I'm saying like none of the players have a lot of kills, so they're not like.
No one's fed. No one's fed. You're definitely right there.
Fed. Can you make fed synonymous with like fat in the game, or is it more like just being buff?
Well fed could be a polite euphemism if you wanted to talk about it. I don't know.
Okay, I don't think that's a euphemism, because euphemism means something entirely different, Marvy.
Not really. Euphemism just... Anyway.
I'm pretty sure euphemisms have like a sexual connotation to them.
No, not always.
Not?
Euphemism just one thing say one thing in a polite to mean something else. Anyway, language time over. League time now.
Okay.
And league time says
nothing's happening.
Is lurking. Yes, nothing is happening. You're right, but something could happen, especially with 3 people on both teams. Here comes DO1. It's gonna pop off.
It is. The focus is onto Hyo, but it's another flash to ride the explosive cask roller coaster out to safety.
Having flashes! Make something happen! Anyway,
look, we've got an Oriana, we got a Kog'Maw, we got a Gwen. I hate to break this to you, Marvy, but we're scaling.
We have a Lucian and a Nami and a Gragas min. They are going to put a lot of pressure down onto the top side tower. And, they're trying. They're trying. God bless them, they are trying. But these pesky flashes that everyone seems to have, it's just keeping these kills away from DO1. But this tower will go to Celebrity. And with that, the gold does pop up to almost 2k for the side of SBTC. It's definitely not enough to be comfortable, but it's a start. It's something. Can they do more? Rift Herald is now on the board. Dragon is a minute away. Will we finally see a good contest? Will we finally see something resembling a team fight? Only time will tell. I don't know.
Look, let's be honest. SBTC are going to get the next 3 Drakes. Then AS are going to get the next Drake. And then we're going to go to a 7 Drake Soul. Then we're going to get an Elder fight. But that's not going to end the game, because whichever team gets the Elder are going to lose like 3 members in the attempt to get the Elder. And we're going to go to 40 minutes. When Oriana's going to have Rabadons, and every queue will like half health members from the side of SBTC. And then AS Esports will win this. And we'll go to game 3. And then Carrix is going to be casting game 3. And it's going to be Poggers.
Going to be fantastic as we are seeing Mythics start to come online across the board. Not quite on time for the side of LLT and Uzi. In general, the top lane kind of behind on the curve in that regard, but seeing a lot come through. Even Paulette picking up that Imperial Mandate very quickly, or going those tier 2 boots to get that in place. And this Lucian Nami is just rotating around, playing the old Caitlyn game of take all the outer towers as soon as possible. And this will continue to extend the lead on this lane. maybe they can escort it for a second charge, but with Hyo in place, a smite will come through very quickly, and they're not going to take the rest of the tower down. Oh, but there's a very pushed up Orianna and a DO1 collapsing. No.
Oh,
my
the
God!
flash explosive cast. Good job, Dear One. You've made one of them work. Flashing away. The shockwave actually pulls them for closer. But here comes the Fat Man. And Dire One will get the kill.
Yeah, no, there wasn't any CC on him, so I was like, oh no, he's got to get away. But DO1 comes up huge, and now pressure across the top side of the map. Emp can keep this up, get this going, and a good teleport from Dia to stop the push on the other side of the map. So SBTC, they are starting to reach this mid game. They're starting to just find gold completely uncontested.
Oh,
and
half a
that is
second, I think.
Great, yeah. Any later in that would have just been looking real foolish.
I don't
But
know
here
why
he comes.
Playcool flashed. Like, where did he think he was going? He knew Dire One was around.
I don't know. I assume he just I don't know. Had bad information. Thought that he flashed.
He had the
ulti and walked away.
information.
I don't know. I'm just he's just trying to look cool. I don't know. Anyway, it didn't work. It was bad play. I think we do all agree that. Don't flash
Look,
when you're
I'm not gonna say it,
true health.
but we know that play wasn't cool. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to do the pun, but that's like the only way I could phrase that sentence. So yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, lots of pressure coming out from the side of SBTC. These jungles are starting to belong to them. They are controlling these waves very well, and it's just been good map rotations and control over these towers. The Rift Herald trades have started to work out for them. It's still not the biggest gold lead, but it was enough to get that pressure and stop the dragon scaling. They picked up that first Drake, and can slow this game down a little bit, which they don't necessarily want, but they're not gonna lose a they're not gonna get a Cogm or a Hextech Soul anytime soon, and that is not something you want. So keep that 90% slow away from the long range Cogmore piece, and that's SBTC's game plan right now.
I think Playcool's game plan right now is just to farm, complete the tier item, get a Void Staff, get Rabadons. I actually probably won't get the Void Staff. I hope we just see the Rabadons straight up. And then we get to see those big team fights. We do have a Drake in 2 minutes time. Hextech Soul, which does mean that we can see teams kind of traversing the map a little bit quicker, and especially when we see people overextended like we saw with Playcool a couple of minutes ago, it does mean that they can get caught out a little bit easier.
And now we're seeing DO1 pushing in. This jungle seems to be the focus for SBTC. Baron is up very shortly as well. It doesn't seem like putting all this pressure down is necessarily worth it from the point of view of SBTC can't take Baron very well unless they commit everyone to it. They would take a lot of damage, and it seems like a bit of a death trap against Orianna, and Cogmore, but Cogmore can absolutely melt the thing, and that is what they're trying to stop. That's what they don't want to happen. That's why their vision is such a high priority. As you can see, as we move towards the exact minute mark, the pressure does go towards the spot side because they just want a guarantee. They just want to know about topside. They don't want to be in topside.
2 kills at 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure this is the lowest kill game in the VCS, not just in summer, but in spring as well. I would have to have that checked, but I'm 95% sure as Playcool in the top lane, just chilling, able to get a tower, bit of extra gold, but SBTC, they're now getting to this point where they are sieging on to the inhibitor towers, and for me right now, I'm just taking this chill, right? I'm just saying, nothing's really happening. Once we see the base break open for the first time, that's when I think we might start to see, let's say, less unexplosive fights.
Yeah, we're stuck at 2k, around 2k gold, which means I expect this dragon coming up to be potentially the source of the next fight.
Right.
Of course, getting those first 2 dragons was will buy quite a lot of time for ASE, so they don't have to take it, but I feel they're in such a position that they can just take a fight right now, and if it's front to back, if it's in a big open space, they should feel very comfortable doing so. But they are in fact going to concede this Drake uncontested and just try and get as much gold as possible onto their mid laner, onto their Cogmore, which is fine.
Remember what I said before, Marby? SBTC will get the next 3 Drakes, then AS Esports will get another Drake, and we'll get a 7 Drake Soul. And we're getting close to that. And right now, I think AS Esports are very glad that they were able to utilize their early pressure to be able to get the first 2 Drakes of this game.
Absolutely, because they pretty much lost all control, all priority and proactivity within this mid game, and that's given up these 2 dragons. It's 10 minutes so far, pretty much, that ASE have given themselves to try and keep the gold lead, even try and get as much gold as possible. Cogmore going to probably back and find that Rage Blade, and now he is very strong on that 2-item spike. So now fighting probably stands up as a very, very viable option for the side of ASE. Baron will be on the cards as well, as the Cogmore shall melt straight through that. 2 items on the mid laners as well. 2 items on AD carries. 2 items on Emperor as well. So very strong on the side of SBTC. They are getting very far ahead on themselves, or getting very far along. Just need to find a little bit more to break it open, and they're just traveling in this pack.
So, coming into this split, I was very glad that AS Esports joined, because we've got another team with acronyms, which means I get to have fun with the acronyms. And right now, as that explosive class gets whipped, he's going to take a fair bit of damage, but it shouldn't die, flashes behind the minions, and will be nice and safe. And that is our 5-minute lead dose of action. So we're going to be clear until about 25 minutes in, because, Marby, we have Scaling Esports taking on Always Scaling Esports. And I think we said before that we're on the side of Always Scaling for the absolute, full build state of the game.
Yeah, absolutely scaling. Always scaling, absolutely scaling Esports is
either one is fine.
It's definitely favored as we approach further and further into the game, and here it is. Finally, will we get violence?
No. So, Marby, it's like 8 p.m. in Australia, I think, right?
It's 9:30 where I am.
Okay. You have a good dinner?
Yeah, it was alright.
Okay, now we have action. We got to teleport in from behind. Explosive cast and the delivery into Emperor. Paycall able to flash out of the Aqua prison, but will die nonetheless. LLT hopping his way over to die 1 as Hyo will fall into this double kill, going the way of Celebrity. And AS Esports forced to back away as SBTC turned their attention towards the Baron Nashor.
Alright, that's only 2, but that did double our kills, and this Baron is underway. Now they can't be... They're not fully out of the woods yet. The poke and the pressure from this Cogmore can be a menace, and LLT, he doesn't have Gnar. He's still a mini, but can Uzi cause the damage? Can he make things happen? Celebrity is just melting!
Uzi doing work! Celebrity is shut down! The Baron has been secured, and Uzi is looking for more, but will be forced to retreat. I'm kind of close to that prediction, Marby, that I gave earlier of SBTC getting the Elder, but it not ending because AS would get 2 kills. But here is that beautiful cask from DM.
Yeah, it knocks 2 back. Uzi having the flash, so he gets out completely, but Playcool is stuck and will go down, not able to flash early enough, and that just means that SBTC, they got the clean 2 for 0, and so even though Uzi gets the kill on this back end, it's still 4 Baron buffs walking away, and that's definitely fine for SBTC. That's an overall really good trade. It's just a damn shame that the shutdown into Celebrity happened. Yeah, that's probably the last person you actually wanted to go down, and unfortunately for SBTC, that's who it was. But that's more gold into the pockets of Uzi. He feels happy. We're now at 5 kills. This is We're getting real but bloody on the Rift today. 5 whole kills in 26 minutes.
The funny thing is, I absolutely love Azir Corki meta, so I feel a bit bad because like every time I cast, I manifest to get these kind of games. But I know everyone else in the entirety of the world absolutely hates this.
Hold on, as we see a bit of aggression, but the tidal wave is good, and I gotta say, oddly enough, I really enjoy slow metas as a viewer. But when I'm casting, I do want a little bit of action. I want things to happen. I want things to talk about rather than just we are.
You probably noticed that I'm a little bit silly sometimes when I cast, and I like to try to make fun memes as play cool. Will be forced to go golden. Here comes in. Wild Growth will not be able to keep play cool alive. Emperor taking a lot of damage from the tower, but the base is finally broken in favor of SBTC. And right now it is all pretty much on Uzi just to drop down the living artillery and force SBTC to retreat. Meanwhile, D1 in the mid lane is going to be able to pick up the second inhibitor tower, and SBTC can continue the siege.
Yeah, the base has started to be broken open, and we are into the final phase of the game. Uzi stepping up, doing a lot of damage, and now LT trying his best to make the use of this Gnar before it disappears. Can't quite get the ultimate to go off, and has to walk away. And with that threat down, it should open up this inhibitor. And we have a little Emperor on the top side, prepping wave for part 3 and taking down this top lane.
Emperor he's been a mini emperor this game. He's kind of seceded the crown somewhat. Do emperors have a crown actually? I don't know.
Some do.
Some do.
But don't see why not. He's definitely taken this game off, this series off. He said, "Look, I've put in so much work. The rest of you have to pull your weight." And lo and behold, a lot of them they are pulling their weight. To be fair, they are doing quite well across the board. And overall, this game hasn't been that absolutely standout player performance, but it has been very intelligent play coming out. They played through the lanes very well and moved from lane to lane, rotated around ASE extremely well, and got open this map lead, this pressure through these outer towers going down, focusing on the Rift Heralds, and they've been able to utilize this open map and keep keeping the pressure on, and it got them so much pressure, so much gold before the big explosive team fight that they were able to actually play it out and turn it around.
I'm just looking towards Uzi. 3 items on the Cogmore. He's getting to that power spike. I don't know if it's at 3 items or 4 items on Cogmore. Play cool. Almost completed the tier item as well. Will really start to do damage. But there is a culling all eaten by Hero, who's down solo. Now a tidal wave sidestepped by the members of the ASE Esports as they're forced to retreat from their inner tower.
Yeah, that front line getting absolutely shredded by Celebrity, putting in so much work. And with this pressure coming in from the mid lane, these super minions, Emperor can walk up and put some more threats down as this tower should be going down.
Explosive cast continuity flashes away. And the Aqua Prison doesn't land, but maybe this is the opportunity for ASE to turn things around. They're looking for Emperor. And he's down low, down to about 800 health. Forced away. ASE Esports just going to now collect this wave. They can't get a kill. Searching for Hero. But ASE Esports just continuing to drag this game out.
Can't quite find the sun, and it's so... And the repeat of basically Baron is just happening time and time again. SBTC are going for something. They're finding usually okay picks, but since they can't get Uzi, can't pop him off, they might be able to get Hyo this time.
Good Gnar ult, and the focus on it to Dire 1. It goes golden, will have the belly slam available. Flashes away, explosive cast drop down. LLT looking for more, can't find anything. All the while is the Emperor in the bottom lane, just split pushing, and will be able to get the first Nexus tower down. And ASE Esports don't have anything. Emperor now going under tower, looking for Hyo. The needlework does not land. Play cool, it's going to die out of stasis. Emperor goes golden, and SBTC surely will find this Uzi able to get one kill. They can find no more, pardon me, to have fallen, and ASE Esports will keep their hopes alive.
We're definitely seeing this team fight struggles continue.
And ASE Esports now taking the Hex Gates. They could look for DNK, but they're going to look for Dire 1 instead, and down will go the Gragas. There is a Baron on the cards, but their Nexus Their base is in tatters in. Going to be able to cancel the back from DNK. Speeding themselves up. Uzi closely in a tow. They get another slow. And ASE Esports turn towards the Baron. DNK is so low. Surely he can't steal this away.
He's so low. His ultimate is almost up. He can try and find his way over the wall. There is a ward in the back pit though, so they should be able to spot him. LLC should be able to just go straight after him. Can he find his way in? It's almost not worth it. There is a back from play call though, so it leaves that option out of the window.
The heartbreak is not enough to get the kill. In the end, it will be a 1-for-1. Does his back come through in time? Culling will cancel the back heel, now forced to run for his life. Relentless pursuit, and Celebrity will get the kill, and that might be a critical mistake as Hyo makes his famous Hyo recall at a rather tense point in the game.
That was, it's rough for Hyo. That was actually almost fine. It's just almost bad luck rather than anything else. But that's 2 off the board. That's a man advantage for the side of SBTC. They have to play into the Baron. They still have to play into this Cog Lulu and a Shockwave as well. Actually, Shockwave is down, so they still have the pressure. All they need to do is hit the turrets, hit the Nexus. Cask misses.
And that's what they're going to do. And Uzi is down. There's no wild growth available. And SBTC are going to take the game. Play call still alive. Goes Golden under his fountain. But the Nexus is in tatters. And SBTC take the game.
This was such a hard-fought game towards the end. You could see the comp just outscaling for ASE. That could not take a fight standard. And it was only at the end they were able to find the Cogmore, find that kill. But just clutch moments, clutch finds on these kills, and just in general, map movements, that flank, that backdoor almost from Emperor that made that super minion push so much more threatening, pulling play call away, all these things. SBTC pull it out through team play and map movement rather than just mechanical skill this time, and that is fantastic to see.
And SBTC continue their dominance in the VCS, picking up their 3rd series win of the split, and I do believe tying themselves at the top of the split with Team Secret. But ASE Esports, they put up a darn good fight, and things are looking positive for them heading further into summer.
Yeah, this game almost could have been a win if they hadn't given up quite as much in the mid game, and that does seem to be continue to be their biggest falter. That sort of 15 to 20 minute mark where they just seem to revert to absolute passivity and give up so much on the map. And if they just fix that, I can see them finding some more wins, finding some series even. But until they just need a bit more of that killer instinct, a bit more aggression within their mindset and how to play out these games.
Well, finally, before we do throw into a break for our 2nd series of the day between Genius and Team Wales, who was your MVP for this series?
For the series, I'm gonna probably end up giving it to DNK. The game 1 performance was just fantastic. Game 2, there wasn't necessarily a big standout player, so I feel he gets that mostly off the back of game 1, but great map movements, able to pick up those Rift Heralds and utilize them to maximum advantage. Yeah, I'm going to give it up over to DNK, the man, the myth, the suspected kind of a bit of a weak link, but he's shown up big today.
Okay, well, with that, we're going to be throwing into a short break. It should be around 20 minutes, but it could be a little bit longer. However, when we do return, we'll have our 2nd series of the day between Genius and Team Wales. So stay tuned, and we'll see you in a short bit.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
Second series tonight here on VCS English. I have taken the milk in, I've dissected him, and I've taken his place. My name is Carrick. With me is the lovely Marminogi. How are you tonight? Are you ready for our second series?
Not too bad. We're going to see a bit of a clash of some old teammates. What was the majority of the old luxury roster back under the Genius banner, in some sense. G Media Esports being that old luxury sponsor, with Blazers and Coated, and going up against the superstar Killer Queen, who has gone to Wales and has been tearing it up alongside superstars like Glory, Arietti, and CBL, and Nagia. I don't know. We'll throw out the whole team. They're doing great.
Well, Wales are a real surprise. I think they came into the split, and myself included, didn't really rate them particularly highly. I was just kind of like, I'm looking at this team and I'm just not seeing where the good part is. Like, obviously everyone knew Killer Queen had very high highs, but he had very low lows as well. So I think we were all sitting there just kind of going, they might be okay. But they're a bit more than okay, Marby.
Yeah, my hot take was that they had the potential to have the best mid-jungle duo in the league with Killer Queen and Glory, two insanely high potential players. Just needed that consistency, and it seems so far, 1 week in, admittedly, they sort of found it. They have been absolutely killing it. Glory's stats in particular are absolutely freakish. He almost should have been player of the week, hands down. It's just that insane solo kill record from Emperor that really took it over the top. And, like, he has some of the highest CSPM in the world right now. He is absolutely killing it. Super high damage percentage, super high damage share. It's just damage per minute, rather. And it's just, this guy is popping the hell off, and the team is finally there's a team that's finally letting him shine in a way that BTS could never do.
Yeah, for sure. Like 100%. If it hadn't been for the fact that Empire had picked up, I think, 16 solo kills in a week, he would have been player of the week, hands down. But 16 solo kills, that's a lot of solo kills,
That's a lot. It's a lot.
A lot of solo kills. But looking at this game, obviously, I think Wales comes in as the favourites, but where's the redeeming light for GE?
So GE are such a interesting team, and that they feel like they're almost there. They have a lot. They feel like they have a lot going for them. They have very solid players across the board in pretty much every position. Players sort of mid-tier, but there aren't any standouts, which sounds weird on a team with like Yujin and Slater, the old heroes from Flash 2020, but they are just not at that same level. They are just sitting around sort of mid-tier in the league to me, and I feel it's just they're lacking that big star factor to really carry them over the edge in a lot of their matchups. They've not necessarily had the easiest time, to be fair. Their strength of schedule was fairly rough, going up against Team Secret and SBTC, both sort of projected top teams, but they're going up against another projected top team, well, proven projected top team, sort of shown top team at the right now with Team Wales. So it might be looking at an 0-3 start for series, but they have been putting up a good fight each time.
Yeah, they're not getting flogged. They're not winning their series, but it's not sort of like the ASE situation.
They're going 1 and 2 each time, etc., etc.
They don't look like they could win. GE absolutely could have won some of the series that they have played, some more of the games. But I completely agree with you. They need to find their star that they can actually play around, because so far Blazers and Yujin have just not been it. And going up against that star duo of Glory and Killer Queen is going to be a hell of a fight. Do you have any picks you have your eye on for either of these teams?
I mean, the Corki is a bit of a standout for Glory. It's just been absolutely insane. Deathless on it. Just huge damage, of course, and can carry that sort of thing through. But I don't know. These teams are just, they're fairly by the book in terms of meta, as far as I can tell. And with that in mind, it's just have to wait and see. where the draft directs them, the Senator Kench has been a favorite of Wales, but it has been shown by GE as well, and it's been taken off the board.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, we are into draft, and as you said, the Senna's gone, removed by GE as well as the Lee Sin. Wales, so far, has only taken away the Zeri. We'll see what else they do remove. The Akali, so this is target ban central, while GE is just a little bit more meta. I mean, I suppose the Lee Sin is sort of targeted at Killer Queen, but Nah removed as well. Still a lot of very picks left alive, notably no mid lane bans.
Yeah, the Nah pick almost feels like a bit of a self-ban, because that has been what Code has been leaning on so the majority of the split so far, but it removes one of those big sort of safe top laners for Nagia to just play that weak side top lane, which he's been doing very well so far this split. And yeah, the only mid lane pick off the board is that LeBlanc so far, and I feel Blazers doesn't mind this matchup too
LeBlanc
much in
is
the sense
open.
that he can reach into a pretty deep pool. LeBlanc is open indeed, but I mean, I'm not a huge fan of LeBlanc. I think you can just take a Lissandra into it and be fairly happy. It's fairly mediocre. Kalista, look, Kalista is actually good. We have seen it's been a little bit hit and miss, and teams do have to generally play for it. I high disagree, but I have been watching a lot of LPL where it has been succeeding a lot.
Well, I think it's playable, but I don't think it's first pick. I don't like first picking. I don't mind if you end up with a Kalista or a Lucian locked in. This is just trap ADCs being picked. As the Wukong as well locked in for Wales. This is a very aggressive start for both teams.
Yeah, we're gonna see quite an explosive bot lane, and here is the main benefit of the Kalista is it opens up those big engage options in the bot lane that a lot of teams, if they don't have that, are going to tend to have a bit of a struggle getting fights started after so many years of Leona Nautilus starting the fights for them. So this is going to be a little bit of an option for GE, and they're going to need to find more ways to round it out a little bit. Something to really get in there and support this Kalista in that fight. Something like a Swain, perhaps, for Blazers to buy that space in the middle of a team fight. But it's going to be, of course, matched by this Lucian army, and it needs to be an explosive bot lane. Junglers need to pay it a lot of attention.
Well, I think with this Gangplank being locked in for GE, that is Genius Esports screaming that they're just going to be ganking bot over and over and over again. I think we are in for an absolute party in the bot lane. That Wukong, of course, could still go to the top lane, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it in the jungle. I think we'll see junglers down there all the time, and I think it's going to be a real test for the Wales bot lane if they're able to actually get through, because we've seen that Lucian Nami is not the insta-lane win that it once was.
Yeah, and I mean, there are definitely ways to counterbalance it, and a bit of range. Range does do a lot to go alongside that, but the two main premier junglers taken off the board alongside the Wukong for Team Wales, and the G is going to have to reach a little bit deeper, move to something like that Xin Zhao, perhaps. Yijin, of course, has played things like the Trundle and Rek'Sai, and honestly has played a lot of things, so not necessarily out of the woods or anything, but we're gonna see this lock-in of the Swain. I love it. I don't think there's really a big counter to it. Plus, of course, that space in the teamfight is a short-range comp so far, but hey, I mean, it's gonna be a pretty effective death ball.
Yeah, I just think with how aggressive the VCS is, Swain should just be a must pick every time.
Yeah.
He's such a good pick to suit the meta of the VCS and suit the playstyle of the VCS. Blazers considering an Azir to answer. Don't know how I feel about that one. I might have liked something that can roam bot a bit easier, but it's definitely a stable matchup for the mid lane.
So I like it in the idea that it's going to create that space, provide that range. Belveth is enabled, and Okay, I'm not gonna.
Enabled. We don't 100% know. We don't 100% know if they're allowed to pick it. Just to be clear, and that's a Kiana.
All right, Kiana. So yeah, probably gonna play very aggressively, and I feel that they're going to really play this Kiana into the spot side, try and get that snowball, and then fall back onto these mid lane, onto these solo laners as their carries as the game progresses on. And that is a Shyvana. That could be top lane. That could be jungle.
I think it's probably top, and then they put the Wukong jungle based on the ghost in the summoner spells.
Yep, that'll probably be it. And yeah, it's a tanky matchup. Struggles a little bit early on, but once that 6 comes in, has a bit of kill pressure onto the gangplank, and as it scales up throughout the game, it's pretty good. It's pretty effective.
What do you think about this Kiana pick? It's hardly something that gets picked very much. I just gave it a quick look. Looking at what I'm going to call like tier 1/2 regions, being the top 6, it's been picked once. No, twice, sorry. It was picked once in the PCS and once in the LCK.
Yeah, I feel like if it's a pocket pick for a player that's sort of renowned for it, I'm not going to snuff it, but it doesn't really scream Yijin to me. I feel that like it definitely sort of plays into that hyper sort of snowball option that they want to run through the bot lane, as I said. But if it falls down and doesn't quite get there, the ultimate is always useful to set up those late game gangplanks, those late game Azir. So I think it fits in and as a nice sort of bridging pick quite well for the side of GE.
Yeah, like we'll have to see. I have my doubts on how team fights work with this GE comp. I feel like the champions all want to do different things. They want to play very differently, and I think Wales has drafted a really good composition to sort of catch that hard engage with a Wukong, a Shyvana, and a Swain. But it's definitely explosive, and there's every chance where you just say, well, team fights don't matter because we're up 12 kills at 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is that for sure. And I feel like there is absolute great kiteability option. So, and because of the short range of the side of Wales, that can play very effectively into the favor of the side of GE in a straight up team fight if there is the room to maneuver in say a narrow corridor. Might not have it, but if it's just straight up in mid lane, maybe that works out well for them as the game begins.
Maybe. But onto the Rift we go. Early on, everyone just fanning out, poking their heads left and right. Just seeing if there's anything interesting in the runes. It's all looking fairly standard. First strike on Blazers. You don't always see that.
Yeah, definitely gonna sort of just taking advantage of the range matchup. Glory should be able to proc that most of the time onto the Swain. Maybe you'll miss it a couple times depending on if Swain can find a good Q or a never move. But the range of that is much shorter than the WQ from the side of Zia, so you can always find and farm that little bit of extra gold, and perhaps that's just going to get them racing ahead towards that Liandry's and that Demonics, and that's all they really want to get this game rolling, and that combo will provide a lot of damage up against the front line of a Swain, a Shyvana, and a Wukong, who are all building quite a lot of health.
Yeah, this Shyvana in particular, we've seen what a Shyvana that gets off to a decent start can do. Can become a little bit of an unstoppable raid boss. So obviously, GE doesn't want to see that one happening. So Nigeria can pilot the dragon to much success. It's always good now that we are seeing more and more Shyvana, a bit of a VCS classic, but with a new coat of paint.
Definitely seeing a lot more of that tank variety, and even a lot sort of foregoing that demonic embrace synergy that is really strong, but which is somewhat okay if you're playing into it alongside an AP threat that really wants to be the sole threat, wants to be the only one that's punching out the damage. But like alongside Glory, depends on what he builds.
Yijin on the way in has the River Q ready. Glory just flashes away. Good stuff. Gives him the frog. But that's a successful gank from Yijin.
Yeah, and as I was saying, it depends a lot on what Glory builds that would decide if I think that's good for Nagia or not. If he goes the Imperial Mandate, definitely want to see that build come through. As Variety's
Once
popping.
again, we have a gank. They're just going to try and engage because the Q did hit, but it doesn't matter because First Blood has gone down as Slater falls. Beob charging forward, wants to try and take down a Variety, but it can't happen. CBL nicks away the kill with the W, and it's a double kill in the bot lane for the Whales.
And Wales off to a fantastic start. Yijin tries to make his presence felt, but Killer Queen responds in kind and hits it so much harder. This Lucian Nami off to a fantastic start, and this is going to start to show a bit of my problem with Amumu as the Kalista pairing, compared to something like even the Nautilus. And that is, Amumu is such a lane dominant and lane required champion that if he starts to fall behind, he doesn't actually have much inbuilt in terms of actual defensive tools. So he's going to be super squishy if he falls behind and just be a target to be popped over and over again, not have that effective engage that he would really want to have. We see Killer Queen makes his way mid and just Blazers has to play extra safe. He's on such low health.
Yeah, this is just giving Gloria a good reset. Yeah, it's just giving him a good reset. Good guy jungler, even used his smite on the cannon to make it faster. So that's really good. Gives more tempo over to Wales. Could get Glory into a nice position up against Blazers. But yeah, on the Amumu point, I also think this is actually a debate we've seen all through Spring Split as well. Is this Glacial Augment? I know, it's strong, don't get me wrong. But doesn't it suck when you hit your Q and then just die?
Yeah, it does. And I've seen it over and over again, especially on the Amumu, who doesn't even have like that shield that Nautilus does.
Yeah, at least Nord has a shield.
Which isn't much, but it's still something. Yes, he has that I guess inbuilt plated steel caps on his E, but you're leveling that up second. You don't get a lot of levels, and it doesn't do anything against spellcasters, so you still pop instantly, and it just does feel bad. And I've seen too many Amumus fly in, get the Q, get the big AoE slow field, but they can't follow it up with the stun of the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and it just all feels a little bit flat. But Yijin hatching a ward. It's gonna discover that. Not gonna be able to kill it in time though. Somehow.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yes, had the sweeper and just wasn't actually looking at his screen.
I think what might have actually happened is I think he came from over the wall near the blue buff area. He popped the sweeper to check those bushes and then jumped over the wall, so he didn't quite have time. Which is fair enough. One other matchup that I do want to talk about, even though it's not on our screen right now, is this top lane. I know it's going to be very quiet up there, but Gangplank is not a champion we see a huge amount of in the VCS. We have started seeing more, which is good because he's very, very strong. What do you think about this pick for Coded?
I don't know how much we've seen of it. He's one of the more tenured Gangplanks, I suppose, of the VCS, and it's going to be a good, safe pick. As I said, once 6 comes in for Nagia, the threat starts to get a little bit more, but that's going to be countered a little bit by Yijin currently. But yeah, we can see he can pop Dragon Form, get a lot of damage down, and start to get control over the wave again. So this 10 CS advantage is probably going to stay at about that level, if not shrink, as time goes on. And that's good for Nagia. He didn't suffer too much in those early levels up against the Parlay, and now he has the ability to set up for a Wukong to come and finish off a kill and actually punish this Gangplank in some way.
Also got some free stats from his team getting tempo, as they did take down that first dragon. The first dragon bonus is not massive for Shyvana, but it's definitely nice.
Yeah, I mean, extra armor is absolutely fantastic. I'll just block a little bit more of those that Q poke, and you can just keep it alive a little bit longer. Now, there is just so much pressure going towards Nagia.
Yijin on the way.
Level
he doesn't
6
have dragon form.
No dragon form, but Supreme Display of Talent?
Supreme Display of Talent is used. The teleport's coming in. So is the Gangplank ultimate. Glory arrives to save his top laner, and that's 2 massive ultimates gone.
The ultimate's gone. Teleport is forced, and Wukong in position to clean up the mid-wave, so not even going to lose out on a plate in that regard there. Now Glory just going to help Nagia get a good reset, it feels like. And then maybe we can see this see the Wukong make his way towards the top side, especially with this Rift Herald spawning very shortly.
Yeah, that was really well done there by Nagia, duped each way, this way and that, to make sure they didn't go down. And yeah, I mean, losing the cannon barrage, the supreme display of talent, you're always going to use it in that dive, but using the cannon barrage and getting nothing out of it really nullifies a lot of what Gangplank actually wants to do in the early game and means he has to kind of rock up to fights.
The timing of it hurts as well in terms of that supreme display, because Rift Herald does spawn right now, and there's no ultimate on Gangplank, no ultimate on Kiana, so that's going to be a pretty easy pickup for the side of Team Wales. And Variety and CBL just lurking around through the mid lane. They went to assist, make sure that went down. Now they can just wander their way back to bot, as there was actually no members from Genius coming up to contest. So nothing actually lost on the bot side either. I don't even think a plate has gone down. No, it hasn't.
No.
So we are just seeing Team Wales get away with murder and get away with everything.
Yeah, that's, as you said, they really did just get away with murder. As normally, if one team realizes, look, we can't contest the Herald, you can at least get a plate or two, but GE just really not very good timing on their movements there. They sort of just get completely destroyed. Coded still in a strong position. He's going to be strong the entire laning phase. There's really not a lot Nagia can actually do. Can't get this tower plate, so it is just going to have to be a CS lead that he settles for. Looking down the map, other than those 2 kills, it is fairly even. In fact, GE has a gold lead.
Yeah, pretty much all of it is in that top lane, which has opened up a little bit more into that 20 CS mark. And I'm going to need to see a little bit of attention coming up from Killer Queen, perhaps, as Culling rips out. This shouldn't be a kill.
I think if that Visions of Empire had hit, it might have been, but Beyond played that very nicely.
Yeah, finding the little window, and here comes Killer Queen. Yijin is in the area, so this should, if this is a Rift Herald job, it's only gonna be the 2 plates. So I feel this is a bit of a mistake.
Oh, they don't know Yijin's here. There's the Curse of the Sad Mummy into the Supreme Display of Talent. Killer Queen so low, ignited, healed. The spear doesn't land, and Slater flashes over the wall, uses the Fate's Call, brings them in. CBL goes low, goes down. Variety now has to try and find a way out. Use the culling just before there's the cannon barrage, but Glory on the way. Soaks himself in a Moo Q and has the Demonic Ascension, gets pushed away by the Emperor's Divide, but decides he wants to flash over. There it is. Demon Flare takes down Biob. Blazes next on the menu, whooshes over the wall. And in the end, it's just the 1-for-1.
Just 1-for-1 overall. Variety has to be a little bit careful sticking around. It's insane that Killer Queen was able to escape and goes up straight back into the jungle and it's back to full health. He's feeling fine and dandy with himself right now, but CBL getting a little bit punished for the sins of the jungler not quite checking the butt brush safely enough. As we go into a replay, just as something happened in the mid lane.
There we go. There has been a gank in the mid lane, but it looks like Blazers was able to flash away.
Flash into Shurima Shuffle. The committal for Killer Queen left CBL in the middle of so many people, and he ends up going down, and it's just Glory in a good position to flash on top of Biob, and the funnel up towards the Swain was very good for the side of Team Wales, able to recover something. Will he find? No, he won't fish for it with an E.
Yeah, it's just gonna
back to farm.
Yeah, it's just Farm Simulator up in the top lane, as Genius actually do manage to pick up a dragon, kind of against the tide a little bit. They did have the much better reset timing, so finally they add an objective to their gold lead. So interesting that they do have this gold lead. It makes some of the points I want to make seem very silly, because it feels like Wales have been calling the shots, but that top lane gold lead is just getting bigger and bigger.
Just remove the top lane and Wales are winning across the board. But unfortunately, Gangplank is a cheating prick who gets to print his own money. The bastard!
He also has a 30 CS lead. Like, it's not just money.
He does, but he gets to print his own money. And no one's there biting his coins, checking with the marker. Yeah, I'm on to you, boy. I'm on to you, you
that's the benefit. Yeah, well, he's the king pirate, so it's his currency. That makes sense, right? As we do, this is really. Is this a picture-in-picture replay?
It's a picture-in-picture replay.
And
because
Glory
absolutely
has
nothing
gone into
happened.
the demonic ascension.
Yeah, just
He's
taking
managed to
the
get away, but that's
bad
an ultimate
end.
burn.
The bad end of some poke there from Glory, not necessarily having the best summoner spells to convert on that either, but here comes Nagia. But the shuffle away, Blazes has been kind of on point with these. He's very good at the runaway sort of thing, and that's just going to hurt Nagia so much as he gives up so much pressure on the top side just to try and find anything, and it just doesn't happen. So more and more gold for Coated. He's just... And I'm gonna need someone to come attack this gangplank because that's where it's all coming up together for the side of GE. And I feel like, look, you have knockups only, really, if you bring Killer Queen and Nagia to it, and that's just not gonna be something that he can orange and BK with.
Yeah, it's true. Oranges don't make you fall back to earth faster. Can't cleanse that. Yeah, that's how that works. The different fruits. As yeah, look, I mean, I think they're just kind of making the call that maybe Gangplank isn't going to be able to be as effective in team fights. I don't know if I agree with that call, but that's the call.
Yeah, and there you are. You can see it
look,
right
it's
there.
a 1200 gold lead.
That's the whole gold lead right there. The 1200 in the top 1200, and I mean, it pretty much is. It's not an exact number, but that is. But the extra 300 gold does not matter, and just seeing time and time again trying to attack Blazes, who is probably the worst person to attack because he is quite slippery. He has shown this. He has been very quiet and very safe and holding these
Whoa, Ariety, my man! Oh my lord, just completely outplays Yijin.
Yijin caught absolutely napping there. Bubble ants on Slater.
Yeah, the initial knockout from the Fates Call doesn't. There's the ult combo, the Curse and Sad Mummy into the Cannon Barrage, and the stopwatch makes sure Beob's safe. So it starts with big plays from Ariety, but ends with bigger ones from Slater.
Blew a little bit too much onto Yijin that they couldn't actually convert and find their way into it. Plus, they single-filed into it. CBL kind of left on his own. Then Ariety takes the 1v2. It just all sort of falls apart. And for Team Wales, they're going to grab a Rift Herald in response, but that's not really worth it as the gold lead starts to expand a bit more. Slater starting to find a lead of his own, and this Lucian army just not being effective at all.
Yeah, again, this Lucian army really not a lane I'm a huge fan of. I think it's very overrated. It doesn't actually win lanes super duper hard, as we've seen Nagia having to use his Dragon Form just to clear out a wave. Good use of it. It does come up fairly often. But Coden has picked up 2 assists by just throwing down the cannon barrages. And with that 20 CS lead, he is sitting so pretty.
Yeah, everything's just coming out fine, and the sort of one point of Team Wales that's going well is Glory, but he's built for the team. He hasn't built for himself, so that feels a little bit muted as well as first brick. Second brick actually. It's 2 towers for the side of GE, as they were able to pick up that bot lane as well, but so much gold now coming over into the side of Genius, and this is going to be a little bit of a rough fight for Wales to try and find their way out of it. As I said, this Imperial Mandate build is buffing weak members. It's not letting Glory do the damage he needs with Leandris.
Yeah, I completely agree, as this Herald should get the charge. No, it doesn't. GE managed to fend that off. Killer Queen uses Cyclone to try and buy the space, but it just doesn't work out. So more things going wrong for Wales. Genius are the benefactors of it.
They're going
to get a dragon as well.
They can't get in at all. They've blown their main engage tool, and now they just can't walk up in front of these Sand Soldiers that are just wailing on him. The Ludens is already complete, and it just forces Team Wales to back off. They can't get through the Azir's soldiers. And we're starting to see the range advantage come to fruition for the side of for Genius Esports. Even though, it's just that Callista, but just the Azir by himself does so much work, and you can't engage properly.
Oh, Coded getting hunted down. Do they actually have the CC to get to him? I don't think so. And the pirate is K. Didn't even use a
not.
splash.
Of course not. They wasted the ultimate earlier from Wukong.
Yeah.
And that's most of their CC. The one knock up / knockback from Ngia is definitely not going to be enough.
Oh,
Glory's on
Glory
his own.
goes into his demon form. Oh, Blazers, that's a shocker. Good stopwatch to avoid the Kiana ultimate as well. Can he actually find his way out of this? No, Yijin takes him down.
Just looking like a completely different Wales right now. The disconnect, they're not really playing together. They're pushing up without the vision. There's no setup, no control. And this lack of bot lane is sort of really coming in to hurt them. They're just not, they don't have anywhere near the same control as they have in the previous series. And maybe that it's just a bit of, we got a little bit hype on this team being a little bit of center abusers and using that vision shutout. But this time around, it's Yijin on the Umbral Glaive. He gets to dictate the vision and makes it so much harder for Team Wales to really work in with such short range. They have to face check into the darkness, and they get punished over and over.
Yeah, and what we talked about in draft was this, in my opinion, lack of teamfight cohesion in the Genius comp. And I did say there's every chance that they're just so far ahead that it doesn't matter. We're currently sitting at about a 5k gold lead at 20 minutes as a Variety rips out the culling. Blazers will survive. As Beop doesn't quite tag on. In comes Killer Queen with the Cyclone. Over the wall goes Beop. Good stun there from Yijin. Puts the play to bed.
Yeah, we're seeing good moves coming out from Team Wales right there. But in the end, they're not doing it synced up. They're not actually in that death ball team fight. So they can't convert it on into anything. But it does force Blazers out of the way. But with that teleport, it doesn't actually matter. And not to mention, there's also nothing up for them to really take or utilize that to force the teleport. And it's just more and more pressure. Guess Glory gets to get some extra health out of the bargain, but that's not a real victory.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. They try their best, but so far, not really any super effective Wukong ult. Something we really need to see out of Killer Queen.
Oh no!
Here's this player that is very up and down, and I heard an oh no.
Yeah,
it's a pause.
It wasn't about the pause, but apparently I am psychic. No, I just saw the makings of the Collector on the Lucian, and I'm just sad.
We do have a pause, unfortunately. The
good item went ahead, bad item went behind. Anyway, that's enough for that. Yeah. So Wales have looked very much disconnected this game, and I feel that comes a lot from their plans going sort of out the window very quickly. They weren't able to. They started off quite well, trying to get that, getting that one fight in that bot lane, getting that double kill. But then the next fight came, and it all just sort of fell apart. They weren't able to utilize that Rift Herald in the way they wanted, and from there they've just looked scattered to the winds. They have not been working properly. Killer Queen has been trying to force plays that just aren't going to work with his ultimate at the wrong time, and without that tool, the teamfight falls apart.
Yeah, I think this is a really dangerous situation for Wales. They need to get their tempo back. Hopefully this pause isn't too long. We, of course, don't know what the issue is, just to inform everyone. I don't think we're on the screen at the moment. I think our producer might have gone walkabout. These two lovely Vietnamese gentlemen that you're seeing are great, don't get me wrong, but they're not the people you're hearing. But yeah, we don't know why there's a pause. We never know why there's a pause. Oh, there we are. Hi. So yeah, we're just as in the dark as you. Hopefully we get back onto the Rift soon. Something I brought up just before there was a bit of a flurry of action. I think we were sitting at about that 5k mark. Is that too much for Wales? Is that enough for GE to outlast the potentially better teamfight comp?
So, the thing, I feel like, of course, if they can find that big group up, that big knock up into Shyvana, into everything they want, the team fight is definitely still manageable for the side of Wales, but they have to force it a bit extra hard. They have to find a good flank on it, and as I said, the gold and the lead on Blazers specifically is enough. And even on Coated, if they actually group up properly and he's there to set up barrels, the way that the method they have to walk through, what they have to walk through means they can never get to the back line effectively. They can't get that team fight. And if that lead ahead, that's exacerbated because the damage is enough to blow them up well and truly before they get to the team fight.
Yeah, well, we've got plenty of time to keep on talking, of course. Nagia has lost the lane. I think they opted into the losing matchup. They did pick the Shyvana into the gangplank.
Yeah.
Do you think the Shyvana is still going to be able to be relevant as this game continues?
I mean, somewhat. I feel that the tank and the percent health damage is always going to be there. So it's never going to fall off completely. But it's definitely not going to have anywhere near the impact it should, or what they were hoping to. And I feel like the fact that Blazers has just managed to be so slippery really undermined that, because we saw they were losing and then Nagia went to make a play. Blazers just slips away with the E, and is just left going, well, I have now completely conceded my lane. And if you look at it, it's still actually only the 20 CS, so has somewhat recovered that mark, but he's lost that
40 CS
tower.
lead in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's lost that tower. He's lost the 3 kills because Cannon Barrage is just able to do that for Gangplank. Plus, there's whatever he picks up from the barrels. There's just going to be so much gold in there. And yeah, of course, that double kill that happened in the bot lane exploded that gold lead and for Slater. And now he's up pretty comfortably in gold, 2 items and tier 2 boots compared to the 2 items and brown bags. So small advantage, but significant considering the champion.
100%. And Yijin playing Gatekeeper here, forcing Killer Queen to walk through him. He chooses to do it. There's the supreme display of talent. In comes the Dragon. This is actually a big one. As Ariane's got the first kill, that's going to be a shutdown. Great never move on to Blazers. That's 2, as this is a huge team fight from Team Wales as they come out of the pause. Yijin into the backside, has taken down Ariane, but now has to deal with an angry Dragon. Goes over the wall, but the Dragon continues going. CBL extremely low. Can he get away from Coded? No. But can they answer back onto him? The never move doesn't land. Should be able to get some movement speed. No, he gets knocked up by the Wukong, and they should be able to take him down. It's a lot of gold back for Wales as they pick up shutdown after shutdown.
And that's the team fight they needed. 30 seconds before the Dragon. It's a bit early for them to convert into an objective. And honestly, because of this, their back time they might even end up losing it because of it, but the gold is significant. They're still down the 5k, but let's see the start right here. It's Nagia coming in for the flank. The open up is strong from Ariete, but it's just this wave tearing them apart. Glory on the flank as well. And Yijin just, because he used that ultimate onto the Wukong earlier, he can't really do all that much. He's only able to get in and assassinate Ariete, and then he's just trapped over the wall. CBL managing to survive. Oh, never mind. I missed that. He does go down eventually, but it means Coated has overextended. And Killer Queen, of course, has somehow not used the ultimate yet. So, goodbye, Gangplank.
Come out of a pause. Oh my word, look at that. Pause into replay, into fight. Double kill already picked up, but CBL will be going down as well, as Wales have been exploded.
As I said, they were going to lose the Dragon, and they did, but they wanted to push in and try and find something off the back end of it, but Glory and Killer Queen push too far and just get scooped into the combo of the Shurima Shuffle into the Supreme Display with everyone off the board.
I didn't know Supreme Display of Talent went around Azir Wall.
I don't necessarily know. I'm going to have to check the replay because I'm not 100% sure if that.
I think that's what happened, and I didn't know that was the
damage.
thing.
But the damage was the important part, and it definitely popped them, and that's all they needed, because that's a Baron, that's sole point, and Team Wales, they had one shining light and got snuffed out just as quickly. Yes, here comes the replay. So you see the ultimate, and yeah, okay, it does. And that's nasty, and that is Yeah, so instant knock up, into stun, into just burst damage, and yeah, of course, with two of your main threats down in a team fight, that's just easy. That's just lights out.
Absolutely. A fantastic combo from the mid jungle of GE. We've been talking so much, pre-game at least, we talked so much about the mid jungle duo of Wales. It's good to see that they're getting challenged. As another supreme display of talent is used, Ariete has to use the cleanse and get out of there. And it looks like Wales have just completely fallen apart.
Yeah, cleanse and two ultimates used from the bot lane. This Baron shove is just going to be so much. They can't contest. They don't have effective wave clear. Killer Queen was going for the deep flank, but he's just been caught by Yijin.
I think he was trying to cut the wave, but Yijin was onto him. Unfortunately, I don't know if he wins the fight, but we need to see the fight at the front as kills are coming in 2 for 2 across the map at the moment. But in the base, it's a slaughter as the Whales have been hunted down. GE will pick themselves up a win, and they will take the lead in our series, coming in as the underdog. It just does not matter to them as they claim themselves a Nexus.
Strong laning phase into just strong mid-game, able to counter everything Team Wales' team comp wanted to do. They're going to finally hit the Nexus and take us to the second game. But this is a big statement from GE and Team Wales. It might be a bad day. It might have just been a good week one. We are yet to see. But this looks like a completely different team.
I mean, this is a big thing that we said about Team Wales is like, well, they've got Killer Queen. You know, he's a fantastic jungler, or he's terrible. He's one or the other, and maybe week one was just him landing on heads, and we finally seen him come up tails. But we'll have to find out in game 2 as we go on a little bit of a break, and we'll be back with game 2 of Team Wales taking on Genius Esports in just about 5 minutes.
Through the veil of my mind, here at the end
Welcome back. GE were the ones to strike the first blow as they took a 1-0 lead in a dominant fashion. It has to be said, it was not close. They got out to a lead early and they kept it going the entire game, and the Whales simply sank. Marby, how do they get back in the next game?
Well, I would say take a big step back, look towards the draft, and draft maybe a bit more lanes that aren't going to fall apart as quickly if things go wrong. So like the Lucian army, when it started to go wrong, it started to spiral out pretty quickly. The top lane was definitely lost harder than I think was ever intended to. And because of that, it just didn't work. Plus, of course, they drafted extremely low damage and low range and not the best engage into. And it sort of led to a state where the Azir could keep so much of the plays at bay and prevent anything from happening. So, bit more engaged. Perhaps maybe you move towards the Kalista so you can get that engaged support if you so desire. Maybe lock in a Khan. I don't know, something like that. Give yourself some range to work with. There's so many options you can go for, but that sort of low-range death ball comp has it's appeared a couple times in the VCS, hasn't exactly worked out the way I think has been intended.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I really think Lucian Nami is a bait, and you just need to stay away from it. It just seems like it's such a scrim bait. The Kalista worked out on the side of Genius, of course.
Yeah.
But with Wales now moving over to the blue side, I still don't think they'll get the center. I think that will still be banned out by GE, but I want them to go back to the drawing board with their bot lane matchup. I think composition-wise, I don't hate what their top side did. The Shyvana, I mean, I can take it or leave it, but I really think it was okay. Maybe ban the Gangplank. What else do you think they could possibly change outside of the bot lane?
Side of the bot lane, we could see Glory on a pick with a bit more perhaps agency. Swain is a very good pick, but against that Azir just didn't have the ability to really put the pressure down. So either fall back on something that won't have the agency but will scale a lot better, like the Corki, like perhaps the Victor, or move on to the LeBlanc or something with a bit along those lines, which can push the lane, roam very quickly. I just say LeBlanc because it's a Glory special. I think there are better choices along that line, but we will have to see. But of course, Swain is very high priority for the side of Wales, and they are going to ban it themselves.
They are. That tells me they don't want to first pick it, as we do head over into draft. The center removed as well. Completely no surprise there. I think that's almost might just end up being 100% banned against Wales.
Yeah, probably should be until major patches come through to change that.
But yeah, let's see what else does get removed. Evidently, not the easy choice. The Akali again. I don't know how I feel about this Akali ban. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a good pick for GE, but is it really worth a ban?
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like the ban is just to make draft a lot more straightforward for Raze. It's more than anything else, rather than having to deal with potential flex options. Maybe you're working with a smaller champion pool than you would like, and not much in the way of actually good into Akali. So taking these off, bans are quite different from side of Team Wales, taking away picks they prioritize as very strong that they were able to get on the red side, but don't want to pass up themselves.
Yeah, Wukong take it out as well. Wales really doing a bit of self-banning. They thought their comp was awesome, and that GE might try and copy it. Diana is the ban from GE. That's actually really clever. That makes AD solo lanes almost unpickable for Wales.
It also forces Killer Queen to play something else. Split. Now, of course, he can almost certainly play the Viego and be quite happy there, but I mean, there are definitely other options for the jungle in terms of AP. The Lilia is quite strong. I mean, I'm not expecting to see something like Fiddlesticks, but that is a viable choice. You can go to the Shyvana and the Zac if you want magic damage, but not necessarily a big AP threat. So There's other options, but of course this Zeri just managed to sneak its way through, and it's going to be a bit rough for the side of Wales unless they have something in the pocket specifically.
That is an S tier bot lane.
Yeah.
They have just absolutely... I almost think they just win draft off that. That's such a hard lane to beat.
Gonna grab this Nautilus, especially as the answer to the Zeri, and it's definitely gonna be interesting. Maybe Team Wales are gonna have to move away from things that aren't necessarily auto attackers, as they say that they lock the Gnar, and to reduce the impact of the Renata. But yeah, just locking
I mean,
Gnar
doesn't care too much about the Renata. He's probably gonna be in Mega when he's getting hit by that.
Yeah, and just this matchup for the Gangplank, it's not as easy to abuse, but it's just fine, and Coach played it extremely well, so I'm definitely not surprised he's going to pick that one up.
Yeah, it kind of feels like GE is playing blind pick right now.
A little bit. Ray's had fantastic drafting in the first game, in the first series. In the first week. Got there in the end. But now he's just come up against GE, and it does not feel like he knows exactly what to do, banning away what is good for that his team really likes, and just letting GE get what they desire. And more AP junglers banned away from Killer Queen. They do not want to risk an AD mid laner for glory.
With the Sylas ban, obviously Sylas is a very good pick against a Gnar, like compositionally, obviously not so great in lane. But you'd love being able to steal a Gnar ult, so that makes sense. It might also signal like a Seraphine for glory. Possibly that's also something you don't want Sylas being able to steal, as Corki is banned away as well. Glory potentially having to find some AP. I'd like to see him play something with a bit more range, but I feel like Kin, GE's coach, knows something we don't, with the fact that he banned out the Lilia, and then they pick the Viego, so he's kind of pushed down the jungle totem.
Yeah, next on the list would be, it's hard to say, there's the Xin Zhao seems to be a favorite across most of the other leagues. Perhaps we see move towards a J4. The Volibear is, of course, still open, so that would probably be the choice. Forgot all about that. And yeah, I mean, Glory can take the Azir, and they can run a very standard front-to-back teamfighting comp if that Volibear is the lock, and it's not nearly as explosive. This would be a bit of a classic, but also very interesting. Have not really seen a Talon recently. Seen a couple of Zeds, but here we go. Killer Queen going to pure comfort, it seems.
Very interesting. I am just looking it up. Yeah, he has been picked once in a tier 1 league. He was picked once in the LPL and lost.
Okay. Love to see it.
He hasn't. He's only even been picked. He's been picked once in the LPL, once in Div 2 LFL, and once in, I'm not even sure what tournament this is. I must be somewhere in South America. Hit Point Masters. I don't know. So this is a very, very off-meta jungle pick. Meanwhile, GE just played blind pick. They didn't interact with the opponent in draft. They just went, okay, we'll take an S-tier top laner, an S-tier jungler. We'll have an S-tier mid laner, and an S-tier bot lane, thank you. Okay, we're happy with that one.
Yeah, so the Lissandra pick is a little bit interesting, to me.
It locks the Calista down.
It's an okay pick, but it really shines against specific picks, and yeah, it's okay. It's alright into Calista, but I don't think it's anything special, But I guess if you're up against an Azir, there's not really a super hard counter to it unless you're going to bust out the Zed and flex all over them, a Febiven versus Faker style. That's yeah, we're just gonna.
I think the thing is that Blazers didn't have to do anything special.
No, yeah, that's pretty much it.
All of the damage is going to be brought by Zeri, Gangplank, Viego. So I feel like Lysandra, just to keep things safe, keep things a bit slow, give them space, is fine. It's not particularly exciting, but it's fine.
It also does give them a bit more of an engage option if they want to go for it, if he finds that flank into the backside. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of an interesting team fight situation for both of these teams coming out, and gonna have to see if Kalista can be put to use for Team Wales as well as it was for the side of Genius last time. Get that and put that engaged support to use.
Yeah, it's one thing to point out. Killer Queen does have a 100% win rate on Talon. He's played 7 games of it, and he's won every single one of them.
Really? I could have sworn he lost a couple last year.
Apparently, I'm being told, if I'm wrong, you can blame a certain member of our stats team. But yeah, apparently he has a 100% win rate. So he's good at the champion, but is the champion even good?
I mean, certainly not as good as it used to be, but we are going to have to see. It might be enough in the sense that he can find his way onto these picks like the Zeri. If he trades 1-for-1 with Zeri, that's job done pretty much, and the AoE potential is more than enough to add to be a little bit of a cherry on top on that. And yeah, gonna see how he can pull this off. Gonna see if he can be that primetime Killer Queen. Has lanes that can bring up pressure if they play it correctly and allow him to be that hyper aggressive invader. But again, yeah, it's gonna be hard to. Well, okay, Kalista works.
Oh wow! I was looking at statistics. I didn't expect a level 1, and we've got a first blood Marby. Yep, Kalista Nautilus is a pretty good lane.
Yeah, no, just jump straight into.
Okay, we go straight to a pause.
Be up calling shenanigans as he gets apparently dropped on the bush and just level 1 Nautilus, level 1 Kalista. It's pretty dangerous to play into, and yeah, Renata is not the tankiest lady in the office, and she gets blasted. Off to a good start, our Wales.
Yeah, I hope that there wasn't a bug or anything in that play, because we know what happens when Vietnam asks for a chrono break.
Oh no. Yeah.
Do we have to break out the World of Warcraft again?
Beob's mouse just died, ends up walking into it. I don't know. No, it's just
I didn't see anything particularly weird. We don't know. Again, we don't know what the pause is for. We don't know that it's a bug, just to be clear. We don't know that. It was right after a play, so I'm just a little bit hesitant.
A Fnatic pause, you know?
It could be a Fnatic pause. You never know. I couldn't see their Banshees that they had at level 1.
Why not?
We'll keep you posted as soon as we find anything out, but we'll probably know after you do, because they don't talk to us and we don't speak Vietnamese. But so we can continue talking about the competition. How much of a difference do you think this early lead for Kalista makes?
Well, the control of the lane was probably always going to be fairly Kalista favored. There's a bit of poke that the Renata can do to try and gain lane control, but has to be fairly careful. And now Flash Blown, nothing in the tank as well regarding in terms of summoner spells. They're going to have to pretty much concede this lane pressure entirely, and this can open up good opportunities for Killer Queen to control this bot side of the map and get into that blue quadrant on the enemy team and try and take camps away and race off to an advantage. Yes, and with that in hand, a Nautilus as well. As they approach level 6, the dive options get greater, and it's gonna be fun to watch. I think they have opened up the opportunity to really push and aggress a snowball, but we have to see if they actually capitalize on that. And that's always the big if.
Absolutely is. And again, I just want to repeat for people that maybe didn't hear, maybe are filtering in, we are in a pause. Oh, it's on screen. Oh, I didn't realize. Good job. Everyone give a clap to our producer, Spoods. It's better than I expected. So yeah, it is a pause at the moment. We don't know why. As soon as we know, we'll let you know. The only thing that's happened in the game so far is there was a level 1 first blood to Team Wales. Their Kalista did pick that one up. So they're off to a decent start. the rest of the map, where are we looking matchup-wise to be power points?
So the matchup, I suppose Gangplank is going to be a little bit of a possible menace again. It's not gonna be quite as aggressive as of a lead, but against an R, so maybe that is an option for sort of Yijin to try and attack that point of pressure, especially if they get good transformation timing. I suppose that's really it. The mid lane is going to be a bit of a wave back and forth, but a yo-yo until we get a couple of items. I expect Lissandra to have a bit of the earliest shove. Maybe once an item comes through for Izzy, he can actually start to take control over it. But that's probably it right now. I suppose a bit of top and mid pressure comes out for the side of Genius, and they can make the most of that and get Viego into these lanes. Device issue, unfortunately.
Device issue.
This could be anything.
That is very broad.
Maybe the mouse did break, and that's why he walked straight into the bush.
Yeah. It's possible. I mean, would they chrono break for that? Did they chrono break for that kind of thing? I think if they were in the stadium, they would. But if they're playing from home, so there's every chance that they wouldn't. Oh, and we're back in game. All right.
Does not seem like they have.
They haven't. It's still 1-0. No chrono break, nothing like that. Good to see. Don't like chrono breaks, obviously. We avoid them where we can. But we are back onto the Rift. And it is just that first blood.
Yeah, just that first blood. Very even across the rest of the map. And still haven't seen the back from Ariadne. They can crash this wave and probably cheat a pretty good reset. Find a cull, perhaps, for themselves. Or just try and go for some early pressure, get those boots as quickly as possible to keep it up. But just this farming across the map, the Krug skip from the side of Yujin to keep on pace with Killer Queen, who is going onto his red buff right now, and now they're gonna probably
did he skip
see a clutch. Yujin did.
You sure? Am I dumb?
There's a little dot on the mini map.
No, there isn't. You're lying to me.
Well, you can't see it now because there's the little box in the way.
Yes, you can. You're lying to me. Look at their CS. It's even. He didn't skip Krug. Oh, you know what? You know what I've done? I was calling Gromp Krugs. You're right. I flamed you, and I'm an idiot. That's not the same thing. I flamed you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I owe you.
Alrighty. Well, Yujin is going to possibly find a quite low Killer Queen. But Killer Queen is definitely going to probably reset after this. So not actually going to wind up with anything but an engagement.
Another hook has landed. Biob in so much trouble is full of spears. Goes into the bailout, but no chance of a reset. Killer Queen comes in and nicks the kill away. Wow.
One came in and wanted to get a reset and assist on the bailout. And, okay, 3v2, but kind of low health bars could actually swing it into the side of GE, but back
there's no engage. Yijin can't land a W. Not through the minions.
Minions just too much. Just going to escort this in so Slater doesn't get absolutely ruined it by a back timing. And Slater, don't step up too far. Playing very well around his minions. Not going to risk that hook coming on through. Early back has come through from Blazers, and he's going to take this pressure to make Glory's life a little bit miserable while he's running out of mana.
Yeah, but Yijin, of course, just going to drift on through. Killer Queen coming up to the top. So, whoa! Oh, interesting time for a replay, but let's see how this hook landed.
He just walked slightly far up in front of the minion. He
thought he had the minion.
Insane notice on that on CBL, and yeah, Killer Queen just jumps on and is like, hey, that's mine. I'm going to take that one. Thank you very much. Get some Krugs. Loses the crabs for it, but Krugs are worth more than first crabs, so worth overall. And yeah, this top lane matchup going much better for Nagia this time around as he can actually play the barrel minigame. So, all things considered, small gold lead for the side of Team Wales with those 2 kills in the bot lane.
Yeah, they're doing just fine as they are about that 1.4k ahead on the back of their bot lane, as you said. As Coda doing a good job with the wave control at the moment, but Nagia with the range, able to make sure no proper freezes or anything like that come in. And as you said, he can actually play the barrel minigame. Is going mega. Obviously has to play a bit more respectful while in that form. One of those matchups. Oh, never mind. Jumps forward. Nah, into a wallop. But then he just walks away. He gets a good bit of power there, but doesn't actually have kill potential.
Yeah, bit of poke, bit of a but mostly really for the wave clear. And Glory has returned. He's continuing to be pushed in by Blazers, and that wave clear is just a little bit stronger right now. Azir has to get all those autos through, whereas Sandra just press button and ice go burr.
Yeah,
Ice do
it
go
sure
burr.
does.
Ice also make other people go burr.
Yeah, ice make me go burr. It's been very cold here. Lysandra, please go away. As back down on the bottom side, we do have Killer Queen moving in.
Yes.
Should be unspotted.
Yeah.
It's all on CBL landing a hook though.
Yeah,
that's what he still has flash.
Decent wave. And Yijin, they sort of sense that they're trying to bait him in, but I'm not 100% sure if they're keen to the fact that Killer Queen is there. I think they probably are, which is why Yijin isn't going back for it. But he's spending so much time just waiting.
He has to make something happen here. They have to. With this much time invested from the jungler, CBL has to flash auto. Sure. There it is. He flash hooks, misses, the handshake lands. Killer Queen deploys the damage. Biob has no hope. They turn around onto Slater, but he is able to roller skate out. But a good play nonetheless.
Yeah, but it might not be over, because guess who else can jump over walls, Zeri? The OG, baby! He's back!
I don't think he can catch. He's going to go under tower.
He's too slow.
Yeah. He thinks better of it. As Slater will get away. That is a plate now for Variety as well. This actually looked really bad at the start, but they're just so far ahead.
Yeah, the flash from Biob and the handshake looks to save a lot of time, but Killer Queen just has so much burst in him already, and he gets betrayed here very much so by the free ass boots. They're not here yet. He can't utilize their free ass movement speed, and he just gets outplayed by a flash. It's just too slow.
Yep. And so far, I mean, Slater actually played that quite well, I think. He's really getting sold out a little bit by his support. Biob 0-3 at 8 minutes.
To be fair to poor Biob, he got done in on a level 1 cheese, then he got done in again without his flash and some questionable minion hitboxes.
Okay,
and
are we calling standing in your own lane's bush cheese now?
Well, that far up, it's a little bit of cheese.
Maybe. I think you should have checked the bush.
Yeah, possibly. But look, it's certainly not the standard. It's certainly not a standard play. I'm not saying it's high quality cheese. It's a fairly standard cheddar. Yeah, everywhere.
Bit of a fight around Rift Herald, as we'll come back to your fromage talk, as there's the smite coming down. I think GE, I don't think they got that, or they would be going for the eye, surely.
They are going for it,
no, they didn't get it. It wasn't them. They didn't win the smite fight. In goes the Azir with a big scoop. Yijin will be the first one to immediately go down. Nagia extremely low. Goes down to Blazers. And that will be the eye denied. Good damage coming in on the other side with that cannon barrage. Killer Queen in the middle of the enemy team. They can't outplay the bailout, as Coded has so much space. Biob tagged up a little bit, and a brawl around Herald.
Yeah, and it's 2 for 2 overall, and the Herald does not actually get picked up. The eye remains and fizzles out, so it's actually fairly even from the side of GE, able to collapse and at least defend the objective in the way that matters. Now that's just off the board. Cannot convert that into a big play into the bot side and crack that open for a variety. And just got to see, the Dragon is next on the menu for points of conflict. And now this time the bot lane will be there in full force, not just a mini-Gnar doing his damn best.
He's doing his best, Marvy. He's trying. And that's all we can ask. Checking in after that flurry of action, because of course no one gets the Herald. It is Still a lead to Wales, of course. They still have nearly a 3k gold lead at this point, purely off the bottom lane. Look at the difference down there. And the jungle, in fact.
The jungle is getting a bit of love out of that bot lane lead as well, picking up those 3 kills. Picking up 2 of those kills rather in that top side. Killer Queen has now got some boots. He is now super fast and can run around and do a lot of damage. Now there's a bit of a lurk towards the bot side from Yijin. Blaze is hiding out in that fog of war, not moving, but was just staying out of vision to make sure they couldn't know.
Oh, the wall goes up from Glory. He buys a bit of space with his E, asks them the question, and Yijin doesn't have an answer.
Look, Glory, please, that frog. it's fine. He's going for the wayward sort of thing from Killer Queen.
Killer Queen jumps over a wall, finds some friends. Glory comes in, spreads his wings, helps him out. Killer Queen over the wall, able to stay alive. Blazers next on the block, 3 soldiers in, and Killer Queen gives him the shurikens. We go down to the bot lane where Arietti is in trouble as Slater has the move speed, takes him down. And oh my word, that came out of nowhere.
CBL went for a wander and Arietti gets punished for it, but meanwhile, Killer Queen goes for a wander and Glory bails him out. So across the map, it's a 2-for-1, and oh boy, the device is back. It's having an issue. Just gonna see the flash hostile takeover is good, and then from there, Arietti is on the wrong side. CBL's nowhere to be seen, and it's just a good punish.
Hello, it's us again. I don't think you can see us because I think our producer said he went to make dinner. So you're gonna have to pretend that our voices are coming out of these 2 gents because we've got another pause, Barbie.
I'll just think of it like a classic kaiju movie. You know, the dubs are really bad. It's just how it is. But yeah, hello. We had a bit of action. We had another kill on the bot lane, and now we're back to a pause. So less kills in bot lane. They seem to cause problems. That's my scientific theory on this.
We do have a replay. We're making our producer work really hard because I know he just came over to our cameras. As it is just going to be that Killer Queen play. It was really just the fact that Glory was able to get in range, and then everything went wrong. Yeah,
able to buy a pretty decent amount of time by just staying invisible and waiting out that exhaust as well. So that worked out quite well for Killer Queen. The escape over the red buff will to seal the deal and make sure it's a 2-for-0 in that top lane. Well, in that mid jungle area, and it's all working out fine. It's still a good, healthy lead for Wales despite that kill onto Kalista in the bot lane. And from there, they seem to be putting a strong foot forward this time around, able to really utilize their pressure in this mid jungle and set up a decent gold advantage that will convert into the team fights. We saw it work out somewhat okay around the around the Rift Herald. A bit of an unfortunate timing on the Nav sort of brought that down, but if we move down towards the Dragon, should come together a little bit more, and maybe that is where we start to see the game blown open in a manner that SBTC, not SBTC, damn, GE can't quite come back from.
And once again, it is a device issue. And if you're asking, what is a device issue? That's a good question, chat.
The device with the issue is my brain, apparently.
Again, we are in a pause. Hopefully it's not going to be too long. It wasn't too long last time, but I don't know. We don't know what's broken. They don't tell us things. Regardless, with that Herald just going to no one, does that sort of change the shape of this game? Because there's just such a low chance of an actual early tower being taken without it?
Slows it right down for sure. That bot lane pressure was so much that if that Rift Herald had gone into the pockets of Killer Queen, that they would have walked straight down, broken that tower, and could have started rotated around the map a little bit more, get more and more gold into the Kalista. But as it is right now, we're very much likely to wait, and tower plates are gonna fall off if they haven't already. And it's gonna just put us back on the sort of timeline for Team Wales by a good minute or two.
Speaking of a good minute or two, hopefully this pause is only another minute or two. That was a bit forced. I'm running out of things to talk about, Marby. Can you help? You're the color caster. This is sort of your job. Hey, look, it's Rakan. Does that entertain you, chat? While we wait for actual gameplay?
Yeah, it's Rakan. He's back. He from Star Guardian fame. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if they're looking for him, he's right here.
What else? What else was going on in that game? I don't know. Nothing.
We're going to go to a break screen. Our producers bailed us out. Oh, no, never mind. Game's on. Woo!
Hooray. Okay. Back to it. Back at it. We've got a dragon coming up. It's being started by GE. Killer Queen is on the wrong side of the map, so first objective to the side of Genius. They are quite comfortable here, and Team Wales, I mean, they aren't necessarily a snowball composition and aren't going to be torn up about it, but it does
Hang on.
hurt a bit. We've
got a Meganar. Gangplank ult to clear the wave. That should actually keep him safe.
Yeah, they want to clear the wave, and Blazers to confirm that. I don't know. I feel like they could have still gone for something if they just jumped on it a little earlier. Wave sort of be damned, but nah, they decide not to. They played extremely safe. More farm in the pockets for Killer Queen as he steals away yet another crud camp. Now this teleport's coming back, and Killer Queen never left. There could be an opportunity to punish this. But Nicky
it definitely could be, but I think without the wave and without the Meganar, it's going to be quite hard as Blaze is moving forward, interrupts the dash. Glory is in so much trouble, has the flash. Yijin fails the heartbreak. Oh no, tragedy up on the top side. Coden does go down, and it's all Wales.
Yeah, and they don't even need the Meganar for that. They just pop him under tower. It's easy enough. And Yijin flops the Heartbreaker over the wall, so Glory just pops the most proper frog. Yeah, Code steps up a little bit, eats a lot of damage, and then range does wonders for the Gnar in taking the last hits.
Yeah, it does. In the meantime, though, Slater has picked up 3 tower plates. This Zeri has a lot of gold.
Yeah, we've seen CBL often on the roams, and as a result of that, Kalista has had to struggle alone up against Slater, and this is starting to sort of fall apart a little bit. Down that level, Will does hurt in that 1v1 sort of setup. First break does go the way of the Gnar, though, so that's, well, nice little bounty into the pockets of Team Wales, and they are still sitting very comfortable. That's actually almost 6,000 gold ahead, and we're still only 14 minutes in. There's still a lot of game left to play, and if they can keep this gold lead up and extend it even further, that's just fantastic for the Wales, and they can probably take us to a game 3.
Maybe. I'm still scared of a Zeri. I'll never count a Zeri comp out. I've done it before and I've regretted it. So Slater can still be the X factor. Coded as well. Has died, but is still in a fairly comfortable position on this game. Playing has the Triforce farmed up. Could still take over the game. My real concern, of course, is Yijin. Down in CS, 0-2 on a Viego is a rough place to be.
And on the other side of that matchup, we were asking, can Talon work? 5-1-2 says yes, he can.
Yep.
He's working pretty well. He's working pretty hard. Yijin lurking to the spot lane. CBL isn't nearby, so they can potentially outplay this, and Yijin just dodging this. But he's got to get spot on the back. He kind of forgot they turned around, I think.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to force the tower, but here comes Killer Queen. Can he get onto B? Oh, it's a huge hostile takeover. Slater already put into the bailout, will not revive. So with the ADC down, they're in trouble. In comes Glory, no flash, but they do have a Fate's Call. Looks like the communication wasn't perfect, but a Heartbreaker gets Yijin out.
Yeah, Glory just did seem to think that the play was over. But
no. Whoa, you can't step up there. Glory has got no way out of this one. Throws out the wall. It's not going to do anything. CBL actually hits it with a hook. Now he's in trouble, but he's okay. Walks on out. Yijin just going to clear the wave. silly move from Glory.
Glory just was not paying attention to his lane partner. He just wasn't paying attention to the fact that Lissandra followed him down and just walks right into a dangerous position looking for that wraparound flank. And because of that kind of denies the whole play. A kill onto Sari is fantastic, but just dropping that death kind of undoes the whole thing. And now Sari's back. It's a lot. There's a Hex Flash coming.
Yeah, the hook doesn't land, and if the hook doesn't land, she just does that.
Yeah, it's real great, and that's my favorite part of Sari's kit, really.
I think it looks funny.
Yeah, don't get rid of it.
Well, regardless, let's have a look at how this play did go out, because it was a good start from Killer Queen.
Yeah, it was just a really nice hook by CBL onto the Zeri, and from here, there's a bit of communication error. Glory realizes he can't quite make the distance, but the face call still goes on. But they don't keep tabs on Blazers, even though he definitely walked over that control ward on his way down, and Glory just ends up walking straight into 3, and there's no hope for him there. Here we go again.
A bit of a play in the mid lane. Did seem like it was just diffused by that Azir ult. Just mid laners trading out.
Now, ult sit down. Killer Queen coming up after that dragon take. Has to be a bit careful.
Ooh, Killer Queen. Very, very big for his boots, but does do a hell of a lot of damage to Yijin and gets out of there with the ult.
Yeah, and the siege, the demolish proc coming in from Nagia means that this tower just falls down very quickly. I just need to see CBL. Oh, spicy. But Blue Trinket spots him out, so he's going to run away.
Yep, he does. Even clears himself out that red ward on the way. Thanks to that lovely Zeri auto attack Q thing. As the tower falls. So more gold over to Variety, but I feel like there's a clock over Team Wales. Yes, they have a huge, huge lead. Don't get me wrong. They are so far ahead right now. But there is still a clock, and it is ticking.
I don't think the clock is necessarily that big. Like, it's not a super huge doomsday clock or anything, because they don't fall off and they don't fall off and have quite the struggles of some other comps. They still have that Azir, who will be a pretty decent threat as the game progresses. Nah can always find that big ultimate into the wall, and Killer Queen, as the game progresses, he can do a lot to just remove one of these backline threats that is going to be the problem as the game progresses for the side of GE. And what they get is they do pick themselves up an objective bounty, which is nice to see, but they're not going to get Coded, who has found a recall, and now they're just looking for the next move, looking to make this Herald worthwhile.
Yeah, and they immediately cashed an objective bounty there as well, so more gold coming back towards GE. If they can turtle, and it's hard, like, Killer Queen is really out there with a big hammer, ready to smash some turts. If they try it, Biob fending him off at the moment.
I'm sorry, they just taste so good.
But a Herald summoned up in the top lane should give Glory more gold. Down on the bottom side, Nagia has just murdered himself a pirate, but goes down to the crew.
Yeah, the Baron Cannon will take him down. Had Flash available, and I'm not sure if that's a just come up, but if it wasn't, mate, you could have gotten away with it. But in the end, he does not. It's a 1-for-1.
He was so close to getting out. I think he just gritted his teeth, but he should have flashed. He should have flashed, you're right.
Yeah, absolutely, but as it is, kills on the top side, kill on the bot side, well, pressure on the bot side. Yeah, and it's just feels a little bit high fee. Does think he's safe. If he actually cut it up, he definitely would have made it out, but did not.
Oh, hang on. We come back immediately to a fight as CBL has to get Fates called out. That's a Baron to the Whales. Kind of out of nowhere. CBL will die for it, but you trade for a Baron every day of the week. Nagia, you are on the wrong side of the tracks. He will be going down momentarily, but 3 Baron buffs at 21 minutes. Oh no. Nagia may well get out of here. He's very quick. Hit by the Zeri W. Slows him down for a moment. He throws out the Gnar, but he can't get away. Still, 3 Baron buffs.
Ironically, actually done in by that transformation into Meganar. Three Baron buffs is pretty good, especially getting one onto your Talon, who can be an excellent split pusher at this portion of the game.
They're not done. Oh, but a huge Lunata ultimate will slow them down as Wales loses 2. They lose all their Baron buffs. What have they just done?
They got way too greedy. They did not check their flanks. They did not pay attention. And they've just thrown it all away. CBL did his best to get them all out, and they repay him by just running it down. Oh, we see here CBL goes in to just say, like, hey, get out, guys. But the communication is bad, and Nagia just teleports in. At this point, Wales, back away. You don't need to do anything. Reset. But they don't. They get hyphy. They want to go for something, and I don't understand why. There's a low health coated. That's it, but he's so far away. And then from here, the teleport comes in from behind the hostile takeover, and they just destroy each other. It's just, this is so painful to watch because there is no sense to this play.
It's very, very Killer Queen, though. It's very, very Wales. But they have a pick onto Coded. Has been caught out a few times. Oh. Lovely Heartbreak buffer there from Yejin to get him out.
Yeah, the Heartbreak buffer comes on through, and that will deny what could have been an easy pickup. Oh, never mind, he still dies. Killer Queen's like, hang on, no, none of this. None of this. And this will perhaps be another tower going down. So Siege, still going well. Don't actually need the Baron, turns out. But yeah, it's just such a... It's a good return.
Oh, and they've got to catch on their own, though. As they take down Killer Queen, that's a shutdown for Zeri.
That's a big shutdown, but they did commit a fair amount for it. I mean, there's not really likely to be any situation where Team Wales can convert. Nagia's still a while away from an ultimate. What we just see here was pretty simple. It was just a lot of CC onto the side of from CBL onto the gangplank, and Killer Queen has a lot of burst, so he just runs in, jumps in, kills Yejin. But he just gets really hyphy and wants to hit the tower, and Killer Queen is having a really good game for the most part, but he's just sort of... Sometimes he's just turning his brain off.
He's still Killer Queen. He's Killer Queen.
You don't need to hit the tower as Talon just to hit it once. It's just not what you do as Talon. I just don't understand some of the decision making.
What do you think of this Gangplank build? I hate to cut you off, but that Gangplank build doesn't have enough cloaks for me.
Look, the cloaks are coming. The cloaks are definitely coming.
There's only one. There should be 3.
Well, technically there's 2. There's one within the Mortal Reminder. But, yeah, I feel Mortal Reminder did get buffed, but I still don't think it's necessarily good enough. I still feel if you're feeling pressed for that life, that Grievous Wounds. Yeah, the anti-heal. They're not. They don't need it. But if you feel like you are, I feel you're better off going for the CDR Gangplank build, where you can work in the Chempunk Chainsword a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, Chempunk Chainsword, any build is better with the Chempunk Chainsword. It is very, very strong at the moment. I think something like 125% gold efficient without the Grievous Wounds. So that's a good item. Regardless, let's see how that does play out. Coded has been pretty good so far. I mean, his score doesn't suggest it. He's been caught a few times, but he has been just catching waves fairly well.
Yeah, hasn't really been a big standout. Hasn't really done too much wrong. Been ganked a lot. Had that 1v1 in the bot lane with Nagia. And the Wales are going for it once again.
Oh, yeah, they find him again, and he's just gone.
Here comes the rest of the gang, though.
Yeah, Slater coming in very fast. He throws out a W, but hits a Gromp. I don't think he wanted that, and the play goes nowhere for GE.
Yeah, forgot about Bertha, and Bertha just takes a laser to the face. Poor Bertha. But this gives an opportunity for them to try and siege this mid wave, but the wave clear from the Lasarja is just so strong at this point. it feels like they're gonna need the Baron to just actually try and siege effectively. But let's hope they can actually keep it this time. If they go for it, as that's going to be up in half a minute, so gonna need to see them move in, put down a lot of wards, maybe get in a quick reset, and then come back and put that on the menu.
And Marby, this game feels a lot closer than perhaps it really is. It doesn't feel like a 7k gold lead.
Yeah, it really doesn't, because we've just hit a real stall, and that's because every time Wales have gone for one of those objectives on the top side of the map, they've just it's been stifled very quickly by the side of GE and haven't been able to turn it into something that can actually break open the advantage. But you can see they've put down most of the towers on the outside of the base, so they do have a lot of control and a lot of pressure on. They just need to actually put the final nails in and get that thing that'll push them over the edge. Be that a soul, which is, you know, still 10 minutes away, or at least 5 minutes rather, or the Baron to try and stop the wave clear that comes out of Blazes and Coded.
Slater too is actually kind of eating waves alive. So it is a 3-item Zeri. As they continue.
That's only gonna get worse as the
it really is. Like, I mean, look, Killer Queen has so much gold. He has 4 items. Look, Talon quote unquote falls off, but the thing that never falls off is one-shotting someone. Like we do see at the moment, Blazes has access to exhaust due to that spellbook. So if he can get an exhaust onto Killer Queen, it's a pretty big deal. I feel like GE just lets this dragon go. Yeah, okay, it's soul point, but another 5 minutes for you is really valuable.
You have to be a bit careful on this 3-man. They do have the Sun Disc to buy them a bit more safety, and that will sort of dissuade the actual attempt coming out from GE. So, soul point gained. Baron is next to be the target. We're just going to keep seeing these waves shoved up by Nagia. Needs to find a little bit of a bit more rage to come on out as this Baron gets started. He needs to be ready for when they actually teleport him in. Okay, he's just teleporting now so he can build up off the Baron.
Yeah, and there's a Gangplank ult dropped on top. That's going to be Coded's initial contribution. Baron has gone down. Blazes goes low. Blazes goes down. It's a Renata ult across the entire team, and Killer Queen falls. He's a massive sack of gold. Slater flashing forward. He wants this one, but Glory wants it more as he tries to put it down. He goes golden, and the fight is going all the way of genius as they've taken out 4. They only lose 1, and oh no, it's another Baron overextension for Wales.
Just can't put the team fight together, and it all falls apart for Wales. Now there's gold is still a while away, but the objective bounties will put them right back on top. As they take 1, they're gonna end up taking 2.
They're gonna take an inhib.
This is just so much gold.
Oh, maybe not.
They might not be able to push for inhib against the Baron, but that's just so much gold. It brings it back to about 5k, and that's a lot. That's a good amount now. And how does it all fall apart? The early damage is so much, and Blazes goes down quickly, but then he can't get Nagia into the fight. He runs away the whole time. Glory sees the angle on Slater, but no one follows up on him. He's stuck on. He doesn't have the burn. He's gone for the Ludens build, and then just Yijin has cleaned up the fight as the members of Killer Queen. So that's sort of where it falls apart. The resets got in through Viego, and it just didn't matter. They've got 1 Baron.
Yeah.
That's an improvement over the last time.
It's true. And the thing is, Killer Queen wasn't able to actually get involved in the fight. He just got CC'd and went down, and he's the team's entire gold lead.
Yeah, he's a very big part of it. And especially now as the kills have come back into the favor of Slater and some onto Blazes and Coated, they are getting much more closer to their counterparts. Still an item ahead for Nagia, but those items are cheaper than what Coded is bringing, and it's just not quite coming together. 2 minutes to the next dragon. Still a minute left on this Baron. Nagia can't quite find a position to make have use of it, so this is going to fizzle out. And next time around, they'll have 2 Barons to work with. Ooh. If trends hold.
How exciting. If we're here for another 50 or so minutes. But he does pop the bubble. Glory looked for something, didn't actually follow up on it, as they do inexorably march down. In this situation, 1 Baron buff is fine, as it still gets onto the minions. As long as Nagia is nearby, is in Mega Gnar, could try and find an angle in. But at the moment, the wave clear is just a little bit too strong. Yijin, careful.
Just seeing them make sure they can pop these barrels before Coated so they can't actually kill the minion. Unfortunately, the Baron buff will wear off, and now the minion will die. So now they have to siege it the old-fashioned way, and that's a lot harder for them to do. They are going to be able to get eventually hook onto Yijin, but that's not going to be followed.
No, the tower does fall. GE not able to hold the integrity of their base, but Team Wales will back off. This is suddenly a very, very close game, Marby.
Yeah, neither team, well, it's Wales especially, doesn't really know if they want to or can commit to a full team fight, so they're just trying to play as back as they can, utilize what range they have to siege, and now that's bought a lot of time, that's bought them some pressure within mid to maybe try and set up this dragon a little bit better. It's an Infernal Soul, so that might be the edge they need to actually start winning these fights, as it still have a 6k gold lead in theory, but can they actually put it into practice?
I don't know, Marby. Can they? It's going to be tricky, and Killer Queen is the man to watch. He has the hopes of the Wales on his shoulders. You can say he has a whale-sized responsibility as Blazers comes in. Glory with a good time stopwatch, buys himself some time, but does not find himself some safety, as he will go down. CBL with a triple knockup. Killer Queen might be able to get something done. No, it's not happening, as Slater's on nearly full health. He's hunting down Nagia. Killer Queen goes down, and the Whales have been hunted. Genius have outthought them, and they picked themselves up an ace.
They've spotted the main threat. It's Glory. We saw right there. Killer Queen jumps in, gets the full ultimate off, and nothing happens. It didn't do a damn thing. They find the pick onto Glory. They kill him, and that with that big threatening Azir down, it's just going to be the ace. It's going to be the clean sweep, and GE will take the series.
Marby, 25 minutes ago, I said there was a clock hanging over Wales. It has struck midnight. Its name is Zeri. And they will take themselves a 34-minute victory. And GE get themselves on the board in this VCS summer split as they take a 2-0 over Team Wales.
I feel the threat was not necessarily the Zeri. It was Yijin finally has enough damage to get a reset. And, when he did, the Viego got to Viego, and please nerf this champion. I'm sick of seeing it. It's my new Kai'Sa. I hate it. Put it in the ground. Forever.
Well,
he's dead. Why can't you disable him like you did Gameplay? Anyway, never mind. So put it back to reality. We saw good moves from Wales. They had a very strong lead, and they put in They did a lot of work. Killer Queen especially put in a lot of work in that early game, but they just could not find the angles, find the setups for those team fights, which felt really bad considering they had an Umbral Glaive. They should have had much better vision control. But this Wales looked a little bit off compared to what they did in week 1. And maybe it's just a bad day. Maybe they'll come back swinging against Team Secret tomorrow. We will have to see, but as it was, GE get their first win on the board, and they looked pretty damn good doing it.
That they did, and we will just say goodnight, because it was a banger of a series, but we have to get our beauty sleep, because of course we have 2 more days of VCS action coming up tomorrow and Sunday night. You don't want to miss it. You want to be here for every single game. The action-packed league will be back tomorrow night. See you then.